안녕하십니까?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll now begin the 2020 National Research Institute of Maritime hosted International Symposium on Maritime Silkroad. Let me introduce myself. I am Im Hyung-jin, Director working at the National Research Institute of Maritime. The International Symposium on Maritime Silkroad we are hosting today, due to COVID-19, we are having a combination of offline and online meeting. Presenters from overseas are joining us virtually and make a presentation, while Korean presenters and discussants are joining here at the venue offline. The last discussion we are going to have, we will have the general discussions where foreign presenters as well as Korean speakers and the discussants will have discussion virtually and offline. This is the first time we are doing this, so we are deeply concerned about that, but considering the current trend, we have high expectations on the format that we are having today. Let me introduce Director General Kim Yeon-soo of National Research Institute of Maritime, who is going to give us opening remarks. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Director General Kim. I apologize. I am Director General Kim Yeon-soo of National Research Institute of Maritime. I'd like to welcome you all to the International Symposium on Maritime Silkroad. We are joined by speakers from home and abroad and also discussant. The International Symposium on Maritime Silkroad is a representative international academic event of our institute, and its most representative maritime Silk Road event in Korea, and it was first hosted in 2006, which means that this is the 15th year we are having the symposium. The theme of this year is East Asian Hub Ports and Maritime Trade. We represent the Maritime Silk Road with intricate routes on the sea. The point where the routes starts or intersect or overlap is so-called port. Countless routes and dots and lines that travel between the seas not only spread culture and develop civilization, but also lead us into the future. The whole world is undergoing a great difficulty caused by the COVID-19 situation. As Director Im Hyung-jin mentioned, this year, the International Symposium on Maritime Silkroad is joined by representatives and speakers and experts from Japan, Indonesia, Vietnam, China, virtually. At the same time, we have experts, speakers, discussants joining us at the venue offline, and I'm sure that we will have a very fruitful time. Although we are physically far away, but I believe that psychologically all of us are joining at the same venue. My special gratitude goes to Honorary Professor Yoon Yong-hyuk of Gwangju National University, and also Professor Yoo Jae-un, Professor Iketa Yoshihumi from the Hyuku University, and Professor Widya Nayati from Kazamata University, and also National Museum of Vietnamese History, Mr. Dan Tin Le Huen, and also Mr. Bin Kyung-kun, and our moderator, Chief Curator Shin Jin-ho of the West Sea Cultural Properties Division, who is also the former head of the NRIM. Once again, I sincerely hope that we can have in-depth discussions and active, fruitful time. Thank you very much. Thank you. You just heard the opening address by Director General Kim Yeon-soo of the National Research Institute of Maritime. Although not many people have joined us, but still we do have participants, so why don't we take a commemorative photo together? So those of you who are sitting here today, please come forward. Let's have a photo session. 선생님, 선생님 할 때 저희 뽑고 있을 거라서 끝나기 전에 저 좀 쳐주세요.
아, 네네네.
딴청하고 있다가 제 거 잘해보다가.
아마 저하고
이게 다 위쪽으로 올라가서 저는 어디 뒤쪽에 조금 한 칸만 위로 올라가시겠어요? 감사합니다.
맞았어야 되나? 10초만 10초만
쓰고 하나 먹고 하나 지금.
네, 마스크 쓰고서 찍고 그리고 마스크 벗고서 한 번 더 찍도록 할게요.
대체적으로 살짝 오른쪽으로 더 갈게요. 너무 왼쪽으로 멀리 있어가지고요. 잠깐만요. 찍겠습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 네, 그리고 마스크 벗고 한 번만 찍을게요. 네, 조금만 더 웃어주시고요. 카메라 봐주세요. 찍겠습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 네, 포즈 같은 거 어떻게 한번 하시겠어요? 아니면은 그냥 이거로 네, 하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 찍겠습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 한 번 더 찍을게요. 하나, 둘, 셋. 예, 좋습니다.
네, 감사합니다. So we'll make arrangements on the podium. From now on, we're going to start for our presentations. First of all, Honorary Professor Yoon Hyung-hyuk from Gongju National University will deliver his presentation under the theme of Maritime Culture and Trade of the East Asia. He will deliver the keynote speech. We will invite him to the stage. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Yoon Hyung-hyuk, the professor of Gongju University. I'm very glad and honored to meet all of you in this meaningful academic seminar. Today's topic is Asian Hub Ports and Maritime Trade, and this is being held by National Research Institute of Maritime Cultural Heritage. 10 years ago, in 2010, an academic seminar was held under the title Asian Maritime Silkroad and Trade Port, a theme similar to today's topic. At that time, too, Korea, China, Japan, the three countries of East Asia gathered together and shared our thoughts. And since then, such research from the seminar became the foundation for the research for Institute of Maritime Cultural Heritage. But today, not only from Korea, China, and Japan, but we have scholars from Vietnam and Indonesia. So this time it is being held as a global academic conference. So I'd like to congratulate on this grand opening of today's event. But unfortunately, it is very regrettable that the number of participants was limited due to COVID-19, and the presentations by overseas scholars are made non-face-to-face. I'm majoring in the history of foreign relations of Korea in the 13th century. In 2006, more than 10 years ago, I was sent to the National Research Institute of Maritime Cultural Heritage for 1 year. So I have research and study experience with the institute. From 2007, the following year, a lot of underwater excavation has begun. So Tian ship, model ship 1, 2, 3 were excavated. And Taean Peninsula is very close to Gongju University, where I belong. So for more than 10 years, I have great relation with the research institute. So I could have very precious opportunity to study on the maritime history of Korea. And I like to thank for giving this opportunity to deliver today's speech. In today's presentation, under the broad theme of maritime culture and trade of the East Asia, I'd like to briefly introduce the maritime history of East Asia from ancient times to modern times, focusing on the keyword trade. So I will provide the background for the following 6 presentations. So I'll refer to my presentation materials and focus on the key points. The land has many borders and various barriers, so there is a lot of limitations on movement, exchange, and cooperation. In contrast, the ocean has historically been a more flexible channel of exchange and has contributed greatly to the development of culture and humanity by promoting the activation of logistics movement. In particular, Korea, as a peninsula country geographically located in the middle of the continent and the ocean, has played a role as a bridge between logistics and cultural propagation. As a result, there was a long historical experience in which China, Korea, and Japan formed one cultural community while maintaining their respective cultural characteristics. I believe exchange through the ocean supported this. The formation of one maritime trade hub in East Asia based on commercial activities was a significant change in the 8th and 9th centuries. It is widely known that in 828, Shila's Jangbogo established a hub called Cheongjin in Wando, located on the southwestern coast of Shilla, and pioneered a new path in East Asian maritime trade, linking the coastal seas of China, including Shandong Peninsula and Kyushu. Jangbogo, who had experience working in the military unit in Tang, organized the Shilla residence in Tang and Shilla's small maritime forces to take control of the East Asian maritime hub, and based on this, he pioneered a new path in international trade of East Asia linking Tang, Shilla, and Japan. Jangbogo's activity has historical significance in that it expanded public trade between countries to include private trade and linked 3 East Asian areas, Korea, China, and Japan, into one commercial network. We cannot say that such a new phase of commerce emerged suddenly by Jangbogo in the 8th and 9th centuries. The Buddhist culture and advanced technology were actively imported and propagated on the Korean peninsula in the 5th to 7th centuries, while concurrently, Baekje contributed much to developing the East Asian area as a hub economic exchanges. And Baekje, Gongju, or Puyo were directly connected with those of China and Japan through inland waterways, and ceramics of the South Zone of China, which were imported to Baekje with almost no time lag, indicate the Korean peninsula and China actively engaged in cultural exchanges. And the Book of Sui, the official history of the Sui dynasty of China, recorded that people of Shilla and Goguryeo and the Japanese and Chinese natives lived together in Baekje. This shows the special international nature of the capital of Baekje. In this period, Shilla and Japan received necessary cultural assets and institutions from the Korean peninsula. So this led to mutual sharing of cultures. One of the factors that facilitated Jangbogo's maritime trade in the Sea of the East Asia was groups of Shilla people in Tang and Japan. They were widely distributed in Shillabang, Shilla Village, and Shillaso in the coastal areas of China, such as Shandong, Jiangnan, and Jianghai. Many names of Shilla people who engaged in trade in the period of Jangbogo appear in the Journal of Anin. And major trade ports of the time were Chisan Port and Mingzhou of the Shandong Peninsula, that was home to the Chisan Faha Temple, Wando Island of Cheongjin, and Fukuoka, Hakata. Excavation of relics in Jangdo Island proved that Wando Island is a major hub in the Cheongjin period. However, but it seems that what was used as the port is the current Wando port. And if you look at the records of a pilgrimage to China and search at the low, written by Japanese monk Annie, shows a part of the East Asian Maritime War operated by Zhang Bogo. And he went to down aboard an envoy ship in 838 and returned from Yangzhou, Chang'an to Hakata via Jisanport and the southwest sea of the Korean Peninsula. So this reveals that direct crossing from Japan to China was not easy even in the 9th century. A shipwreck in the west of Yeonghung-do Island, Ongjin, Incheon, was investigated through 2012 and 2013. This ship was called Yeonghung-do ship. It was constructed approximately in the mid to late 8th century, judging from radiocarbon dating of the retrieved parts and relics of the Unified Silla period, and hence the time of the sinking was presumably later than this date. Yeonghung-do ship attracted interest because it was related to logistics in the southwest sea of Shilla, which is close to the Jangbogo period. The emergence of Yeonghung-do ship has a great significance in that it showed the possibility of the existence of materials on ancient ships on the west coast of Korea. Next, I'm going to talk about the trade between Goryeo and Song and envoys travel. In the 10th to 13th centuries, the key players in trade in the waters of East Asia were merchants of the Song dynasty, founded in 962. They initiated and expanded an economic world in the East Asian region, and thereby Song promoted efficiency of international trade by establishing maritime trade offices corresponding to customs office at main ports. Along with the activities of Song's merchants, vigorous diplomatic exchanges between Goryeo and Song could be taken into account too. Goryeo sent envoys 53 times during the North Song dynasty, and Song sent envoys to Goryeo 67 times. Song built pavilion lodgings for the convenience of Koryo's envoys. They are Nakbingwan in Mengzhou, currently in Bo, and Hangjejang in Jinghaishan, which were constructed in 1079 under the reign of Emperor Shenjong of Song. For Goryeo pavilion lodgings such as the Hwayan Pavilion and Anyu Pavilion were set up in Suzhou in 1084, and the Goryeo embassy was built in Mingzhou. Song dispatched the diplomatic envoy to Goryeo, and Suzing, the author of Goryeo Dogyong, who was also dispatched to Goryeo as part of the mission, stayed in Goryeo lodgings such as Gunsanjeong, Anheunjeong, and Gyeongwonjeong pavilions. So these lodgings are facilities created in response to pavilion lodgings in Song. In the Goryeo period, Japan expanded direct trade with Song and Wien using a crossing sea route, and usefulness of the Korean peninsula as an intermediate stop decreased. Accordingly, East Asian trade in the Goryeo period is divided into Goryeo and Song, Wien, Japan and Song, Wien, and Goryeo and Japan. The Korean peninsula's strength as a transit point connecting China and Japan was weakened. Waters of Mado Island, Taean, were subject to the most intensive excavation of underwater relics since the 2007 Taean ship investigation. The waters were used by the absolute majority of Goryeo and Joseon tax shipping vessels. In previous investigations, a host of ships and relics, including Taean ship and Mado ships number 1 to 4 of the Goryeo period made in the 12th to 15th century, were excavated. But this area also belonged to a sea route where trade ships passed the West Sea coast in the Goryeo period. So a number of Chinese materials centered around Song and Wien ceramics were discovered. The Chinese materials are very meaningful because they are rare objects that associated with Korea's international trade in the East Asian region. A main Goryeo port Song merchants used to enter was Yeseong Port in Gyeongnan-do Island. As Yeseong Port, also known as Gyeongnan-do, was a point of collecting tax crops from various areas in Goryeo, so it is of great importance as a representative Goryeo port. If South and North Korea cooperate academically in future, this area is to be prioritized for research into North Korean maritime lanes. Mongolia invaded several countries in the East Asian region over a long time in the 13th century. These attacks led to sluggish commercial activities in this area. However, after the late 13th century, when the Yuan Empire ruled by Kublai emerged, the East Asian maritime trade resumed since Yuan absorbed Song's trade foundations and adopted an active trade policy. A Jiangnam-based trade port of Yuan with the deepest relation with Goryeo was Qinglian, that is Ningbo. Ningbo was the closest port to Goryeo that facilitated the exchange of the abundant products of Jiangnam. In the Song period, trade between Goryeo and Song using Ningbo had already advanced greatly. Trade that exploited Ningbo as a main route applied to Japan too. Even though it is difficult to say that all trade routes concentrate on Ningbo, it must have been the most vital route in trade with Goryeo and Japan. The Shinan ship, the most important material about East Asian trade in the Yuan period, was investigated over a period of 10 years from October 1976 to 1984. It is well known that the ship brought about the establishment of the National Maritime Museum, the predecessor of the NRMCH, in 1994. Even though the ship heading towards Hakata is often assumed to have sunken in waters of Shinan due to a deviation of sea route caused by a storm, but some still uphold a theory about its coal at Goryeo. And Professor Igangan implied that Yuan ships could coal at Goryeo irregularly at the time, and that the Shinan ship might be an example. So regarding this, I think that the Yellow Sea crossing route via the coast of the West Sea of the Korean Peninsula might have been partly used in Goryeo period. Records indicate that during the Yuan dynasty, Japanese merchant ships arrived at Ningbo in 1279 for the first time, and subsequently in 1292, 1298, 1305, 1306, 1325, and 1333. And Shinan ship was part of direct trade activity between Japan and Jiangnam in the southern part of Yuan. It was different from the conventional mode of trade in which Japan utilized the Korean Peninsula, and it was the result of more diverse trade in the East Asian waters. It seems that the significance of Shandong province as a maritime trade route with Goryeo during the Yuan dynasty has relatively diminished. Nevertheless, the crossing sea route was still adopted as a useful route for trade with Goryeo, even in the 14th century. So this fact is supported by two ancient Goryeo ships, Bongle ship, found inside Pyeonglai Shuicheong of Dongzhou in 2005. And next, I'd like to mention on Okinawa. So regarding the maritime culture research, Okinawa, since 13th century, began to be formed as a country. In the early stage, Urasoi was the base of Okinawa in the north, and since then, since 15th and 16th century, Ryukyu's trade activities flourished based on Shuri and Naha. So the port was not established in the capital, but based on the port, the capital is formed. So this means that the trade port played a very important role. These exchanges were meaningful in that they linked Southeast and Northeast Asia as well as South and North of Asia. So there have been limited trade between Southeast and Northeast Asia. Ryukyu expanded the level of trade from a point to a plane. In this way, the East Asian maritime world increased at multiple levels and widened. So my conclusion is on the East Asian maritime culture research in Korea. The East Asian word tends to be generalized as part of the China-centric cultural sphere. However, distribution of people and culture has been essential in forging the East Asian cultural sphere, and it comes from the interrelated needs and necessities of each region and country. In this sense, investigation and research to verify the true nature of the East Asian maritime culture in terms of trade is integral to understanding the East Asian region. Recently, Korea has produced remarkable research output in underwater archaeology regarding maritime culture and logistic distribution, which has in turn raised the task of reinterpretation of the East Asian maritime culture. At the same time, I think we can expect the emergence of new relics following Shinan ship and Yeongyungdo ship on the coast of West Sea. The hub port of Korea in the traditional era was the one in the capital. Pyongyang, Seoul, Gwangju, and Buyeol, the ancient capitals, all served as the central hub ports of their times. Gyeongnan-do, a satellite port of Gaekyang, was also a major hub. There is an obvious reason for the capital serving as a hub port. The capital where the royal family and the elite gathered required logistics, and such logistics movement led to shipping. In the Goryeo period, a tax shipping system was created to efficiently concentrate provincial tax and goods on Gaekyang. This system served as a main support structure for centralized political schemes of Goryeo and Joseon for about 1,000 years until the Joseon period, and it was different from those of China and Japan. Shinan ship has played a very precious opportunity for underwater excavation. So Xi Jung visited Korean Peninsula, and it marks the 900th anniversary 3 years from now. So this is one of the most pillars exploring into the maritime culture in East Asia. So I believe this is a very precious opportunity where we can organize historical features of the East Asian Sea and formulate a new opportunity for future studies. So I'd like to suggest that we designate the year as the year for research on the East Asian maritime history. In research on maritime history and maritime culture, research of scholars and surveys of professional agencies are important among others. However, it is also necessary to stimulate communities' interest in the research findings and their implications. Although it cannot be held this year due to COVID-19, the annual National Oceanographer Seminar held in collaboration with Mokpo University's Institution for Marine and Island Cultures of great significance in this regard. In the Chungnam region, under the theme of Rivers and Sea of Chungnam-do and Sejong City, it was held a few days ago on October 19th. The seminar, attended by experts and local historians, represents response at a local level to the National Oceanographer Seminar. At present, Mokpo, where the NRMC8 and the Institution for Marine and Island Cultures and Institute is the center for connecting communities concerning maritime history contents. However, as the Taean Maritime Museum opened in 2019, it is expected that Chungcheongnam-do province will facilitate the activity and moves to support such connection. And I hope that this will spread the efforts of maritime history research in each region. So I will make conclusion. In today's symposium, under the theme of East Asian hub ports and trade ports, there are presentations from 6 speakers, 2 from Korea, and speakers from Japan, China, Indonesia, and Vietnam will deliver their message. So if you listen to all their presentations, I believe you might feel like you are sailing in the ocean of these countries. I hope all of you succeed in today's voyage and have a very fruitful time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your keynote speech. Professor Yoon actually covered all the main gist of the topic that we are going to address today. Honorary Professor Yoon, as he mentioned in his introductory remark, because of his research and study in the marine culture, but also because of his personal connection, he is a very special person to our National Research Institute of Maritime. Thank you very much for giving us keynote lecture. As we are about to officially kick off our international symposium, let us take a short break, about 10 minutes of a break. After that, moderator, chief curator Kim Byung-gun will proceed the first session. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am chief curator Kim Byung-gun of National Research Institute of Maritime. I'll be moderating this session. This is quite novice, and this is the first time that I'm chairing the online meeting. We should have an offline meeting, but COVID-19 has opened a new era, and I am convinced that today's symposium will proceed really well. Let me invite the first presenter. Professor Yoon Jae-un will talk about current status and directions of research on Korea's marine transportation routes, while Director Lee Eun-seok will discuss. Please make sure to conclude your speech in 25 minutes and discussions in 20 minutes. Please make sure to be precise in your time. So, Professor Yoon, would you like to start first? I was just introduced by the moderator. I am Yoon Jae-un from Daegu University. The topic that I'm going to deliver today is current status and direction of research on Korean maritime transportation route. Before I begin, some of you might have never seen me, so please allow me to utilize this opportunity to introduce myself. I am specialized in southern and northern part, especially when we say south and northern part, that era means the Shilla dynasty. I received PhD degrees in that area, and I have received PhD degrees, and based on that, I'm also doing a lot of research in Korean ancient history and also exchanges in the eastern part of Korea, and dozens of the papers I have written. My main interest is East Asia network during the 8th and 10th century. People, goods, informations, goods that were exchanged between the 8th to 10th century. These are my specialty so far, and it will be my specialty in the future as well. So now let me tell you about my presentation. Today, I'll talk to you about the maritime route focusing on Korean Peninsula. So western part of Korea means Korea-China maritime route, and also eastern part of Korea, which is exchanges between Korea and Japan. So two sectors mainly, Korea-China sea route and also Korea-Japan sea routes, and in between that. As I mentioned before, once again, the contents of my presentation will be in the left part of Korean Peninsula. As you know, there's a Korea-China sea routes, like sea routes through the Pan-Yellow Sea, and I will be classifying that into 3 sectors. And also on the right side of Korean Peninsula, there has been exchanges between Korea and Japan, and I'll be talking to you about Korea-Japan route. And based on that, I will proceed my presentation. As I briefly mentioned, transportation means the movement of people and goods from one place to another. That's the same contents. And it not only promoted movement of the people and goods from place to place, but also facilitated economic and cultural exchanges between countries and regions through boat. And they exchanged not only informations, but also goods and people. That's what I define as a transportation. So whether it could be land or it could be also sea, there should be a route. And that's what I mean by study on the transportation. So the modes and routes of the transportation attracted considerable interest, not only the goods, but also people, knowledge, and everything. That's so-called the history of the transportation. together with Japan, with the China, and also together with Japan, there are sea routes that we have utilized, and now my study is based on that. First, let me tell you about Korea-China sea route. When we say Yellow Sea, the Yellow Sea, from the Chinese perspective, its eastern part. From Korean Peninsula point of view, it's on the left or west. So there's a conflict of interest, which means that Yellow Sea, we use the more neutral terminology. Instead of East Sea or West Sea, we use Yellow Sea that connects the entire west coast of China and also Korean Peninsula. I'll be showing you the map later on, but when I say this, it means once again the two different area. Of course, the natural environment gives a lot of influence, but there are three things, and tides, and current, and winds. And in case of the current that flows south of the Chinese coast originated from Balhae and the northern Yellow Sea, and in case of the tides, what matters the most for safe sailing is selections of the efficient waterway in the southwest coast as well as the east coast. And tidal movement is very fast, and also it exerts more influence in the narrow waterway during the littoral sailing in the southern part and western part using compass and GPS. Of course, we have more modern scientific tools nowadays, but before, people who are very familiar with that area, there's a high possibility that they dominate this area. In case of winds, it's southern winds in spring and summer facilitate exchange between the Chinese southern coast and Korean Peninsula. So between Korea and China sea routes, they have been known by many different names by the different scholars. Ms. Lee Man-young in 1927, and also Mr. Kim Sang-gi from Korea in 1948, and Narito from Japan. They all gave different names, and many scholars have used their own terminology to describe Korea-China sea routes. However, the fundamental documents that proves these names are abundant, so for the convenience of the scholars, they are choosing their own terminology. In order to reduce the confusions, we have come up with this. I will also elaborate this when I show you the map. And the first column that I can talk to you is about coastal sea route of the Pan-Yellow Sea. It means that surrounding the Yellow Sea. So from Korean perspective, it will be once again Lidong Peninsula, and from Korean Peninsula, it's Taedong River, and also Gyeonggi area. That's the starting point. And also the port that arrives here in China means the Shandong Peninsula, and it will be Yantai. In relations with these sea routes, Shindangso is well describing this. There's Gatang during the Tang Dynasty, and there is a book called Dorigi. And once again, this is like a map that portrays detailed sea routes. And from the Liaodong Peninsula to Shandong Peninsula, there are a lot of islands, and also from the ancient time, without having any shipbuilding techniques or skill between Korea and China, there were a lot of exchanges, and we could have used that. And most of all, the safety is extremely important, and safety is guaranteed. And they could easily go to the hinterland or island if there's any danger, but the speed is really, really slow. It takes a lot of time to navigate. Major examples could be, for example, Liaodong Peninsula, the northern part of Korean Peninsula. We found a lot of knife-shaped currency or coins. And in the northern part of China, there were a lot of exchanges. So this is very important relics. And also the envoys from Balhae, when they go to Tang Dynasty, they go all the way to the Liaodong Peninsula, they cross the river, and then they arrive at Tang Dynasty. So based on the records of the history, we were able to find that out. And 732 years. And once again, the envoy was sent, there was an attack, and through this route they went. And also Kim Chun-chu and Ong Gun-hye, these two people, they returned to Korea using this route. Second route is crossing sea route of the Central Yellow Sea. As the word itself means, it is crossing the Korean peninsula. It starts from Incheon Bay and Ganghwa Island and surrounding area. And then in the southern part, it goes to Gyeonggi, the Nanyang Bay. These are the departure port. Arrival port in China is, during the Tang Dynasty, it's a Tengchu and Jeoksanpo and Yusanpo. Weihai is now called. In relations with that, the documents can be found in Ibdamguk Soren Hengi. This is sea route of the Balhae envoys dispatched by king. And crossing the sea route of the Central Yellow Sea was also actually King Gero who explored this, and the king sent envoy to North Wei, and there was a diplomatic document that shows this route. So due to the interference by the Goguryeo, once again they cannot use the sea route, so Baekje has contacted many regions in China, so they came up with a crossing sea route of the Central Yellow Sea. It was very difficult to explore, but actually they found that. And you can find this in the Chinese history. And also the Chinese army left Dangzhou and then through Jeoksanpo and then came to Korea to attack. Once again, they used this route. According to the Japanese history book, there is a Shillado, the original name, we can find it. And this Shilla route is same as the crossing sea route of the Central Yellow Sea. Now we have oblique sea route of the Southern Yellow Sea. As you can see here, this is like going around and then arriving in China. Major departure is Huejin. Naju is the current name. And in Wando Island, Cheonghaejin. And also Jeollanam-do province, the mouth of the Yongsan River, is another departure area. The arrival area is the coastal area of Jiangsu province of the Hangzhou and Mingzhou and Jusan archipelago. And during the keynote address, you heard about it. There is an envoy called Seo Ryong who went to Goryeo and then went back, and then he wrote a book, and the book is titled as Goryeo Dokyeong. And if you look at this history of Song, once again, it describes in a very specific way about the sea route. As an example of this is, there was a monk who went to China to study, and then this great monk came back to Korea, and on his way back to Korea, they used this oblique sea route of the Southern Yellow Sea. And in 1918 and 1927, once again, envoy used this sea route to go to Owal country during the Baekje period. Now, sea routes in the Pan-Yellow Sea, I briefly mentioned that only from the New Stone Age we have used, and most of the scholars mention that the coastal sea route of the Pan-Yellow Sea starts from the coast, especially the ancient society, the tomb, shows the evidence that starting from the Shandong Peninsula to Liaodong Peninsula and Korean Peninsula all the way to Kyushu in Japan, we could find a stone tomb. That's one of the examples that there was a sea route that connects three countries. And Balhae used this route most frequently. And from the capital of Balhae, the nationals, and there are five major routes or 5 land routes. According to this section in Balhae had 5 transportation routes, Japan routes and Jogongdo routes, and tribute route and Yeongju route were connected to Tang, and Yeongju route was land road, while tribute road was mixed transportation. And also in early stage, during the Silla dynasty, they have used this road. As time goes by, they used more of the different road. So the major examples are seen here. As you can see here, the envoy went to Balhae envoy went to Tang, used Amrok route connecting Sangyeong, Yongcheonbu with Tangshu delegation members who drowned at Dori port during their trip after visiting Tang in December 1828, and also Tang envoy Choi Hun was returning to Balhae in 713. He left stone inscriptions at the foot of Gold Mountain around Lishun, and also Yang Shuma and Zhang Jung, an envoy sent by Tang dynasty to Balhae, and that was in 834. Okay, I want to show you a map. If you look at this map, this is once again Liaodong Peninsula, and this is Shandong Peninsula. In between, there are numerous islands that are portrayed as a dot. So from the western part of the Korean Peninsula all the way surrounding Liaodong and Shandong Peninsula, you can see the sea routes. And here, during the Tang, Katam has written a stone inscription. So based on the stone inscriptions, we can find it. And this is very slow route because it takes a lot of time, but definitely it was very safe. So from the ancient era, without having a very specific skills or technology, they were able to navigate. It was traditional and most frequently used sea routes. Now let me tell you about the crossing sea routes of the Central Yellow Sea. As you can see here, in the Liaodong Peninsula, there were a power called Gongxi. The crossing sea route in Yellow Sea started to be used in the early 3rd century of the later Han collapsed and Wei dominated China. And in the Liaodong Peninsula, people who dominated the power, they start dominating this area. So they artificially were dominating this area. The southern part of that, there were Namrang and Dambang forces, and together with these two powers, they couldn't connect with China. And later on, together with Yu Jing, the close friendship between Silla and Tang continued. But then, as I briefly mentioned, the route was developed by Baekje in rivalry with Goguryeo as Balhae prospered. After unifications of the 3 kingdoms, Baekje during the King Gero, and due to the interference by Goryeo, they couldn't use the coastal sea routes. That is why they need to develop a new sea routes that can be connected to the northern part of China. That's why, in order to be connected, they came up with these crossing sea routes of the Central Yellow Sea. And the active usage of these sea routes, as I mentioned before, was Itanbuo travel story written by Japanese person. And compared to other 2 sea routes, this is a direct route, very short distance. So as long as there is enough wind, you can actually cross the oceans in one day, even though you don't have any power. From Incheon port to Pyeongtaek port, if you use the passenger ships, they still used these sea routes. If you look at this map, you can see that the Japanese Buddhist monk called Ennin, he described these sea routes, and Choksan Power is a temple name, and it is actually located in city of Weihai in China. That's a departure port. They cross the Yellow Sea, and then nearing the western part of Korean Peninsula, and then all the way to Kyushu of Japan. So this was the crossing sea route, most representative route. So crossing sea routes of the Central Yellow Sea is the most representative one. Now, who use this most frequently? Well, we call that as a envoy, and also we call that the scholars who use this. So Tang envoy and also the scholars, and especially the monk who study Buddhisms, they all went to China, and then they use this most frequently. So during the North-South State period, Shilla period, they used this route. Now let me tell you of the oblique sea route of this Southern Yellow Sea. It started from Gyeongju or Kampo or Yeonggil Bay or Ulsan Bay or Pohang City close to Gyeongju, past the coast of the South Sea, and turned northeast around Haeksando Island to reach the Shandong Peninsula, or to directly go to the mouth of the Yangtze River or southern China across the sea in the northwest. The main harbors of the China along the route were Cheonghwahyun of the Mingzhu, and also Hwanghanhyam of Daeju, and Yangju, Cheonju, and Gwangju, while those still were Muju, Naju, and Gwangju. Gwangju is now referred as Jinju City, so the former name was Gangju. Researchers are the views that these routes appear because the coastal sailing developed in Jinsuan province after the 5 Dynasty period was around 9th century, but during the 11th century or Goryeo Dynasty, these routes were really developed, and advanced sailing techniques accelerated the usage of this. This route once again shows the sea route between Korea and Japan in 11th century. The original name was Seonha Bongsaege, and if you look at the map here, you can see, yes, this is the map. Sea route between Korea and Japan. This is the western part of the Korean Peninsula, and then you can go up or southern part of China. So that's how it looks like, or so it could go up or down. So that's how we estimate. Now I've been talking to you about the sea route between Korea and China. Now I'll tell you about Korea-Japan sea routes. During the unified kingdom period, there were 6 sea routes we can classify. Now, the first was route between the South Sea and northern Kyushu via Tsushima Island. Northern Kyushu has many ruins and relics related to Gaya, an ancient country of southern Korea. And when the Gaya was about to collapse, there were many people who decided to go to Japan, and highly likely the people of Gaya advanced overseas most actively and secured the hub in northern Kyushu. And second was a route between the western South Sea and northern Kyushu. The powerful groups of Baekje advances to the Japanese archipelago through Kyushu since 4th century. That is, they probably started from the coast of Jeollado, and which is the southwest coast of the Korean Peninsula, or the west coast of the South Sea, sail the littorals and the offshore and went out to the sea. Probably, given the presence of Gaya old forces during the initial period, there's a high chance that Baekje people choose offshore sailing. The third one was a route between the southern East Sea and south of the central Honshu forces that started from the Ulsan or Pohang, arrived in Itsumo and Suruga at the southern tip of Honshu facing the East Sea. There are a lot of stories about that and deeply related to Silla in terms of the maritime conditions. The folk tale of Yeonorang and Seoryong indicates the political situations of Silla and Japan in which Silla forces advanced Japanese archipelago. And also there is another story about Silla's prince, Ameno Hiboko. There's a record also about Suniki of the Chronicles of Japan. Fourth was a route between Central East Sea and north of the central Honshu. Since the ruling period of King Kageto, Goguryeo advanced to the south and might have made inroads into the Japanese archipelago through the south coast of the East Sea or East Coast. Another sea route was the Central East Sea route that started from the east coast and headed toward the Japanese archipelago. And Goguryeo departure port on this route, and there were like 14 times. At the times, from Palhe, envoy were sent 34 times, and 14 means out of 34 was the number that we cannot ignore, quite a high frequency. At that time, Goguryeo departure port in this route was probably near Wonsan, going through further Hamhung Bay. The arrival port were Niigata in Japan or Noto Peninsula, and Suruga to the north and Izuno to the south. Fifth was the route between Northern East Sea and Northern Honshu. This route started from Cheongjin and Najin at the mouth of the Dumangang River, and from north of Wonsan crossed the Northern East Sea, arriving in Akira, Niigata, Ishikawa, and Fukui, which were in northern area of Honshu. The sixth was the route between Russia Maritime Province and Hokkaido. This route started from Russian Maritime Province and arrives in Sakhalin and Hokkaido. The Russian Maritime Province extended from Grosevich, a port relatively close to Khabarovsk in the north of the Vladivostok in the north. Last but not least, the east route during Goguryeo and Palhe period. Let me briefly touch upon that. East Coast route and North rotation route. The theory of the East Sea crossing route was raised by Palhe history researchers, represented by numerous scholars. There are three stories. Probably the first one is East Sea crossing route, and Yoshiruki Numata and Nitsumana Toshihida represent this theory. And for Sitman was departure, and also Gyeongsang crossing the East Sea aimed to Noto, Kaga, and Sanin. These are the arrival port, and Dewa and Imishi were deemed wrong destination, because the Palhe people, because of that, their lack of navigation skills, they floated to Dewa and Imishi. Now, there is a theory for Korean Peninsula East Coast route raised by Mori Katsumi. He argued for a route that was described as Palhe route used by envoys to Tang. It started from Tsuruga past Sanin, went north to Korean Peninsula East Coast and reached the Namgyenghabu, and then arrived at the mouth of Dumang River past the capital of Palhe. So this theory is based on the assumptions that many envoys to Tang dynasty has accidents while they were changing their routes from north route to south route. And also, there's a theory for the north rotation route. The theory for the north rotation route, before I work at my current university, I used to work at a research institute, and I have explored Krasko in Russia for 3 years. And the departure is from Russia. They cross the north, and then they arrive at Honshu in Japan. And I support this theory because this theory of the northern rotation route was different from those for the East Sea crossing route or Korean Peninsula. This is northern part, this is southern part, and west, south. There's no north gate, so we only have east, west, south gate. This is a bird's eye view. So dark colored is the North Korea. This is Tuman River estuary, and the departure is here. They cross the ocean. They arrive in Japan. The picture is quite unclear, but this is Hokura port. So the north rotation route was used to go to Daewha and in Mishi, an East Sea crossing route was used to go to Hongkushu or Sanin. So envoys of Balhae stayed here, and we call this as a Balhae residency according to the history book. And Honorary Professor Yoon mentions that when envoy comes from Goryeo, they have created Goryeo residence. And in Japan, we can also find residence for the envoys coming from Balhae. In Lotto Peninsula, they are excavating the evidence of that. And because of that, there is 2 or 3 research institute that only focuses on the excavations. When I went there, Mr. Kojibaga introduced this place. So let me conclude my presentation now. Now, what do we need to do in the future? There are 3 things that we need to focus from now. During the keynote speech, he mentioned many things, but let me emphasize. First, we need new materials to be identified, especially foreign materials should be investigated as supporting literature. Among the archaeological evidence, materials of the ruins associated with the commercial or harbor facilities should be obtained. Wooden tablets are the best materials that contain the vivid trade information and are highly likely to be excavated. Second, research on land transportation and water transportation are always combined. So we need to look these 2 together. So that's my suggestion. Third, we need to work on the expansions of the research views. From the macroscopic views, fortunately, there are many more studies based on the perspective of the East Sea with a focus of Tang and Japan. Even before Columbus actually explored America, we only thought that there is a Eurasia continent or Africa continent, and we call the sea route as a Eurasia network. If we go to the inland, we call this as a land transportation. If it goes to the ocean, we call this as a Silk Road of the sea routes. But there are no one who went all the way from the west to east. There must be some middle ground, and that role was played by the Central Asia. So Uzbekistan or Zogdia, the predecessor of Uzbekistan, or we call the people living in Uzbekistan, played a mediator role, and also Southeast Asian people, especially the Islams, they played a mediator role, and we call them as a Muslim network. And also, the National Research Institute of Maritime is having the International Symposium Maritim Silkroad, and I sincerely hope that research can continue by the NRIM so that we can exactly identify the Eurasia Silk Road. That concludes my presentation. So let me invite Dr. Lee Eun-seok. So I can only give you 10 minutes for your discussion. Hello, everyone. I'm Director Lee Eun-seok from West Sea Cultural Property Divisions of National Research Institute of Maritime. I work at Taean at the divisions of the West Sea Cultural Property, archaeological, and also historical approach. That was always my question. And when I work at the Sea Route Division, I wonder whether it's possible to navigate outside and then see the sea routes with our own vivid eyes, and what kind of connection can you find with the practical sea routes explorations and the ancient sea routes. And Professor Yoon Jae-hoon presentation provided very interesting insight into historical materials as well as existing ancient marine transportation routes, which helped me to understand crystal clearly. However, I have one doubt. Among your presentation, you talked about, during the King Kero, the crossing the sea routes of the central Yellow Sea was used even during the year of the 437, but during the Kim Chun-chu, in the process of exchanges, mostly they have used the coastal sea routes, and coastal sea route was most frequently used. It's not the king at all. Suddenly the sea routes were invented. I see it's difficult to understand because navigating sea route was very difficult. I mean, you have to either sacrifice your lives or eventually arrive at your destination. Therefore, these maritime sea routes was difficult to use. And people who study the ancient history, Kaya and Silla, because of their relationship, always in the southern part of Korea, they were able to depart immediately. However, when the ships moved, they have to use tide and current, and usually the boats or the ships navigate to the distance that they can detect with their own eyes. So I think it was extremely difficult to cross that. And also in Jeju Island, because of Shipro, there were once again the mediator who played a role. So I believe that it's not the politically created route, but rather all this shows that interpretations recovery regarding the ancient history research are bound to face limitations. We have to understand it in separate manner. So the ships cannot go directly. It's too much exaggeration to see that. So I'd like to know your views. What is the basis for your statement that crossing sea routes of the Central Yellow Sea started to be used in 475 under the reign of the Baekje? Why would you believe the Baekje forces could directly advance to the western south and sea northwest Kyushu route? The 4th century sailed straight from the South Sea to western Kyushu. Why do you believe that this is the right way? Because my belief is that coastal sea route is far preferable, but crossing the East Sea is extremely difficult. It's not easy route to take. Especially ancient sailing involved navigations that maintain land at a visible distance by means of watching land or an island. So it could be very burdensome to do that. So how much did they use? That was my question again. So I'd like to hear your views.
예. 답변 드리도록.
So let me answer. Regarding your first question about the starting point of the crossing sea route, I believe it was King Karo of 475. However, Director Lee Eun-seok is opposing my idea. You know that everyone uses smartphones. Everyone says that the era of 5G started, but does that mean that every single person uses and take advantage of the 5G? Well, when is the timing of the commercializations of the 5G? That's the exact moment when we say the 5G started. 475 is the time that officially it was used, but most frequently was used was in the time of the South-North era. Of course, they have used it, but if you look at the history, once again, the king of Baekje dispatched the envoys, and the diplomatic documents carried by envoys are left as evidence in the history book of China. That's why I said 475. So it comes from the differences of our understanding. Now, in the 4th century, Baekje, what's the evidence of looking that the route is directly connected to Japan? Well, people who major Baekje history, they say that the evidence are there. 366 is the year that Taksonguk played a mediator role, and Baekje and Kaya, for the first time, started exchanging their relations, and the specific and detailed track records are left are not left, but if we study the relics and also the evidence in the area of Kimhae and Kojedo going through Daemado, it went all the way to Kyushu of Japan. That's our estimation. That's my answers. And secondly, the Palhae route of Goguryeo. I mentioned 3 things, and I talk mainly about the northern rotation route. However, Director Lee Eun-seok talked mainly about the East Sea that goes all the way to Pohang and Ulsan City and then cross the East Sea. Of course, out of common sense, this is the safest route. I thought this is definitely the easiest route, but according to the historical documents that are left, it's hard to explain that. So probably my paper might have confused you, but it's unfortunate that I don't have a map to show you. But if you look at island Honshu, there's Hokkaido. On the opposite side of Hokkaido, there's a Sahalin Island of Russia, and there's Takado and Hokkaido, and there's Akita on the northern part of Akita. The traces of the envoys sent by Palhae, we can see the evidence and documents. And then in early stage, the period 698 to all the way to 960 is the time when Palhae existed. At the time, the Japanese envoys was first dispatched in 772 all the way to 792. We call this as a pre-stage, 720 all the way to 926 when the Palhae collapsed. So 8th century is the first stage, and 9th century is the later part. And there were a lot of shipwrecks. So if you ride a boat, you know what it is. And I'm sure, Director Lee Eun-seok, you ride a boat, so you know what it is like. The Western Sea is like a lake. Southern Sea is a little bit of commotions. And East Sea, once you ride a boat, you will lose your common sense. I mean, the current and tides are so much. So there are a lot of evidence of the shipwrecks. So Palhae envoy, when they arrive Japan, the process of doing official work, the things that they do is building their own ship, because the ship that they have used to arrive Japan has almost wrecked down, so they have to rebuild their ships. And that much, the sea route of the East was quite dangerous. And following the sea routes of the East Sea, you have to pass through Shilla Dynasty. And during the past 3 years, I studied at the Institute of Korean Studies, and for 3 years, I was involved in the long-term projects about the 5 routes, tribute routes, and Japan routes and Korean routes, all kinds of 5 routes. I actually visited, excluding the routes that connects to North Korea. I actually visited all 5 sea routes, and as there's Shilla sea routes, I also experienced that. And this is land routes, and to the Kilinsam, to Hamgyong Province, north and south, to Gangwon Province, to Gyeongsang Province, and highway number 7 connects all of the way. And I thought that this was the right logic way, but we found out that the opposite road also exists. From Shilla Dynasty to Palhae, there was a road. So there's a Tong. Tong means actually being connected. So from Shilla Dynasty to Palhae Dynasty, there were routes. And also the land routes connects to the sea routes. Just like number 7 highway, we thought that this would use all the eastern part, but actually right after King Gyeongdeok, the routes changed to Wonju, city of Gangwon Province. At the time, we call it as a Sakju. So it goes through Takju of Gangwon Province. So land route and coastal routes, once again, they change. And the ocean roads as well, we tried to find any evidence, but we could not find any. And during the northern and southern era, there are not many relics that we can use as an evidence. So I also mentioned that the trade ports can be used as an evidence, but the relics that we can regard as a trade port cannot be found. Maybe in relations with the attack by Yeojen forces, we can use that, and also the relics in relations with the Joseon dynasty we can find. Other than that, we cannot see anything that can be found in Gangwon province and Gyeongsang province. And also, when we say the northern rotation route, it was used in the early stage with the navigation skills and shipbuilding skills being advanced. They began to build East Sea crossing route. As directly mentioned, the East Sea crossing routes, we don't have much evidence that support your theory. That's all. Thank you.
예, 말씀 잘 들었습니다. 일단 이제 저는 이제 실제적 때의 문제를
Yes, whenever I look at this, the West Sea cultural properties, they go abroad and then they experience, and they can use balloons to the Western navigation, because Western Sea, the tides are not that calm. And eastern part, yes, you're right, we might die because of the commotions. And if it goes above 8 knots per hour because of the wind, the boats that are attached to the auxiliary parts can easily be broken down. So the sea routes are not easy to utilize. So I strongly believe the East Sea crossing routes is not easy to use. Probably we can discuss about this during the general discussion times. That concludes my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your discussion. For the rest of the discussion, we will going to address in the general discussion session. Thank you. Next, we'll go for the second presentation. University of Ryukyu's Professor Ikeda Yoshifumi will deliver his presentation under the theme of trade routes and ports of the Ryukyu Islands in 14th century, and Professor Kim Gum-soo from Mokpo National University will lead the discussion. So please finish the presentation in 25 minutes and 15 minutes for discussion. So first of all, I'd like to thank you for giving this opportunity to give my presentation. This is my first slide. So now we are looking at the very first slide. Please move to the second slide. So the first slide was about my topic for my presentation. Please move to the next slide. I have a map here. I'm living in Ryukyu Islands. This is the whole map for Ryukyu Islands. When I say Ryukyu Islands, there's Kyushu, Kagoshima, and up until Taiwan. It's about 1,200 kilometers waters. I have mentioned about this several times, from Okinawa to Kyushu, and from Taiwan to Kyushu, and Shanghai, China. So it's almost the same distance. So approximately, it's about 600 kilometers respectively. So first, Japan, Taiwan, Shanghai, China, we can reach them. So from Okinawa, we can reach up to these different regions. If you want to go to Korea from Okinawa to Incheon Airport, there is the flight. So there is a direct flight to Incheon, but from Okinawa to Incheon and from Okinawa to main islands of Japan, Osaka, it's almost the same. So from Okinawa, if we move from Okinawa, rather than go to Japan main islands in Osaka, but actually it's the same distance that we go from Okinawa to the main island, but Okinawa to Seoul. So people in the past, they use ships from Okinawa and make transit in Kyushu to go to the Korean Peninsula or to the main island. So from Okinawa to Taiwan or China, there could be transit points using the sea route, and they went to the Korean Peninsula. But for the sea routes, we don't have many records. The reason is that I'm going to explain the reason in the next slide. As you can see here, this is about the history of Okinawa. Hokkaido in Japan, the main island, and Kyushu. So that is on the left side, and in the middle is the history of Okinawa. Okinawa region. So here you can see the region of Okinawa, but there's also Miyako and Yaeyama. So it's a bit of different culture compared to Okinawa Island. So it's about 1,000 years ago, Miyako, Yaeyama Islands, among the Okinawa Islands, they were moving back and forth through the ships. That was about 1,000 years ago. So 1,000 years ago, it's Okinawa Prefecture. So even within Okinawa, from Okinawa main island to Kyushu, the such railroad existed. But from Okinawa to Miyako or Yaeyama, making transit there, and to Taiwan and China, such sea routes were not established. Maybe they have sunk, shipwrecked, and drifted. So from Ryukyu Islands, Miyako, Yaeyama to Taiwan and China. So up until 1,000 years ago, maybe the stable navigation from those regions to reach China were not possible. Up to Okinawa Islands, from Kyushu, if you look at the islands, until Okinawa, the islands are connected like this. So from the prehistoric period, between Okinawa Islands and Kyushu, there have been many islands like this. So I wonder maybe it was possible to navigate using the ships. So about 1,000 years ago, the Okinawa main island, Miyako and Yaeyama, Taiwan and China, there was the sea route since 1,000 years ago. So before 1,000 years ago, from Kyushu, Okinawa, there was sea route existed between them. So following the sea route from the prehistoric periods, a lot of products could be supplied and transported to Ryukyu Islands. So I'll move on to the next slide. This is in the 19th century painting work. If you look at the picture, this shows Naha Port. Currently, in Okinawa is the major hub of logistics. So this depicts Naha Port of 19th century. So between China, there was trade. Ryukyu used to trade with China. So there is a tribute offering vessel at the center. So this is the tribute offering vessel that traveled to China, and this is turning back right now on the picture. So the Okinawa people came out on the shorelines and welcomed this ship. This is what this picture shows. If you look at here, Naha Port was very well organized. And if you look at the right side of the picture, at the center, it's surrounded by the islands. There is a building there. This is kind of a fortress. So, and if you look at the bottom, there is the fortress for national defense. So from this entry point, the ships were coming in, and this was what was happening in the 19th century. I'll move on to the next slide. As you're aware, so during the Joseon dynasty, scholar Shin Suk-ju wrote 해동 제국기, and this is the Kyushu Island of Japan that was depicted in that book. So it was made in the 15th century, but maybe even before 14th century, there has been sea route between Korean Peninsula and Japan. So you can see the white line in the picture. So you can see the white line in the ocean. And if you look at this line, so basically from Korean Peninsula, there's 2 to 3 lines from the Korean Peninsula. So the sea routes coming from Korean Peninsula were many, and it connected to Hakata port in Japan. And from Hakata port, you can go to Osaka. So there is a sea route from Hakata to Osaka, and if you go to the south, it passes through Ryukyu Islands in Kyushu. It goes through the left side, and on the right side, there is a sea road that goes to the right side, and it surrounds the southern part and goes towards the south. So these 3 kinds of sea road is surrounding the islands and going towards the south. So this book, 해동 제국기, shows that there has been 3 sea roads going to the south. So we can refer to the map of Kyushu, and we'll move on to the next slide. So if we go down from Kyushu, and we can go to Okinawa Island, and this map shows that. Here, the sea route is passing through the west coast of Okinawa Island. And as I mentioned before with the war painting, this line arrives at Naha port. You can see the long line. So in 해동 제국기, it only depicts until Okinawa, but the southwest part under Okinawa, like Miyako or Yaeyama Peninsula or sea route connecting to Taiwan or China, are not depicted. Maybe at that time when 해동 제국기 was written, the people of Joseon were mostly focused on the sea roads until Okinawa, so that's why they didn't write about that, which is under Okinawa. Or maybe such sea roads didn't exist, so such information is not contained in 해동 제국기. So sea routes from Korean Peninsula to Okinawa Islands, there has been established sea routes in 15th century. So what about during the 14th century? According to the history records, we can refer to Chinese records and Japanese records, and also records that remain in Ryukyu Island. So from 1370s, there has been trade with China, and also there was trade between Japan and Southeast Asia. It was very active trade, according to the record. But about the previous records is not well known. So from 14th century, according to the historical records, it shows there has been active trade, but about the times before 14th century, we don't have much information. Please go to the next slide. Here, this is the summary. Before 15th century, unfortunately, we don't have archaeological data and text records, very limited. But if we refer to archaeological materials, it is difficult to point out where the sea route was and the port was. But we can see the traces of trade. We are excavating a lot of potteries and ceramics. So there has been lots of potteries and ceramics excavated in Ryukyu Island, and it shows that there has been trade between Miyako and China, And from the 11th century, a lot of porcelains and ceramics were excavated. But it seems that it has been transported to Fukuoka and Akata, and it was also imported through Kyushu. So whether it was imported directly from China to Ryukyu Island, it can be said that was done at the late 13th century or from the 14th century. So there has been direct trade between China and Japan about the ceramics. So based on this material, at the late 14th century, when Ming Dynasty was founded in China, Ryukyu Island's kings, there were 3 kings who were paying tributes to Ming Dynasty. So the Ryukyu Islands and Japan, the sea route between them have existed from a long time, but the stable sea routes from Ryukyu Islands to China was from mid-13th century and early 14th century. So this was a national sea route, and since late 14th century, it began to be used as a national sea route. So from 14th century, we can see a lot of traces of diverse trade, like we could see from Haedong Jaegukgi's map and the annals of Ming Dynasty, the official record of China. And in terms of Ryukyu, we can see lots of documents that show there has been active trade with Ming Dynasty and Southeast Asia. So such materials have been organized, and according to such materials, we can see the sea route between Ryukyu and Korean Peninsula and Ryukyu and China. So archaeologically, China, Southeast Asia, and Korea were having trade, and such trade became global internationally, and there was Ryukyu Islands at the center. And also Ryukyu Islands relate the trade to Southeast Asia, and lots of products from China and Korean Peninsula could be imported to Ryukyu Islands. And Ryukyu Islands also imported lots of Chinese products and also the products from Southeast Asia. And such products were delivered to other various regions, to China, Korean Peninsula, and Southeast Asia. And the products from Southeast Asia were transported to China and Korean Peninsula. And the products of Japan could be transported to Southeast Asia and China. So Ryukyu was the hub for the really transport of the trade products. That was established from the mid and late 14th century. So when we talk about the development of Ryukyu Islands in late 14th century, we need to see where the ports were located. So in terms of ports, we have carried out investigation on Naha Port, and from 14th century, we started the organization of Naha Port. For other ports, we are still carrying out investigation, and there are some maps and research on ports, and such research would be a critical topic in the future maritime history research and studies. This concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you, Professor. It's a long time no see. Nice to meet you. I will start the discussion. I didn't like to give my class non-face-to-face, so I'm taking 1 year off. But now I'm here for academic seminar, which is made non-face-to-face. So I'll start right now. So I have a very special relationship with Okinawa Island. So I investigated the Ohara shell mound of Kume Island in the mid-1990s for about 2 months. So I have very special memories and relations with Okinawa. So thank you for your presentation. So I was able to learn something new. And rather than a discussion, but I just like to ask some questions. First of all, the theme of today's symposium is hot port and maritime trade of East Asia. So I wonder why you chose the 14th century. Because East Asia in the 14th century, so for China, it was changing from Yuan to Ming, and for Korea, it was from Korea to Joseon, and for Japan, it was changing from Kamakura to Muromachi. So 14th century East Asia was undergoing turbulent times. And of course, in Ryukyu, this was time of transition from Kusuku period to Santan period. So I wonder why you chose trade in such troubled times for today's presentation. So what I guess is maybe the less centralized powers facilitated free movements of merchants, or in the turbulent times, gunpowder became necessary to maintain an upper hand in such troubling times. As a result, maybe they went to Okinawa to look for the sulfur that are needed for gunpowder. And my second question is about sea routes. From China to Okinawa, sea routes, and sea routes from Japan to Okinawa. So I could have much knowledge about such sea routes thanks to your presentation. By the way, what about sea route from Korea to Okinawa that starts from Korea and goes to Jeju-do and Okinawa? So because in the 14th century, I guess that there might be using the compass. So rather than observational navigation method, they've been able to use compass for their sailing. So what about some other routes that they can use using compass? And they didn't have the motor vessels like today. So regarding the season, in which season do you think those people sailed? For Korean Peninsula, southeast wind blows in summer and northwest wind blows in winter. So don't you think such wind directions affected the trade items and periods? For instance, the west coast, it becomes like a lake in the summertime, but in the autumn, like after October, there's very harsh northwest wind, and it makes lots of high waves and tide. So I believe the wind direction is very important. So the second question was about the season. And thirdly, the port story was really interesting to me because I'm studying shore mounds in islands, and there should be water there. And for Korea, the islands, except for Jeju Island, shore mounds are located on the high mountains, so it means there is water there. So I wonder about the water situation on Okinawa Island. And in Okinawa ports, I believe there might have been the ports where there is water. In the case of Mado ship during the Goryeo period, the bottom part is flat. So it means that they can easily access the port. They can anchor at the port. But if you look at the Song and Lien ships, it's reshaped vessels. So I wonder whether they had such mooring facilities that can accommodate such vessels. Lastly, trade items. Okinawa's main products were luminous shells and sulfur used for making gunpowder, and typical imports were ceramics and potteries. So I'd like to know what kind of items Okinawa traded with Korea and China apart from ceramics, and why most of the trade was focused on ceramics. Along with this, please explain Okinawa's techniques for making ceramics in that period. So this is end of my questions.
はい、
Professor Kim Gon-soo, thank you very much. So you mentioned few questions. So listening to your questions, I wonder I need to study further and research further. So regarding your first question, so I selected my topic as 14th century Ryukyu Islands. Your question was on that. Why I chose. So the organizer suggested that I need to share some insights and thoughts on the Ryukyu Island sea road during the 14th century. That's why I focus on the 14th century. But unfortunately, as I mentioned before, the records during the 14th century, the literature and documents, and we also have some potteries and porcelains, but the sea routes for the southern part are not discovered. So we are having the ongoing excavation in the Hakata region. So we are still looking for the records from the 14th century, but for Ryukyu Islands, there is not much investigation that's done for the ports during the 14th century. But in the future, I believe we need archaeological research in this area. So for the second question, Professor Kim said, so there might be some sea routes from Jeju Island that goes directly to the southern part, and I'm also very interested in this point. But if we consider the sea current, generally from Ryukyu Islands to the west side, Kurushi current is there, and from the southern part, there is very strong sea current. So such sea current goes up to the north, to the Korean peninsula, and also to the Shandong peninsula, and it goes reversed and goes towards south again. So in order to go south, so we need to utilize the reverse current that comes from China mainland to the south. But if you use such sea route, it connects to the Taiwan and to the south part. So the envoy from Japan and China, there's an example with this envoy. And because of the reverse tidal current, they could sail to the south. So from this perspective, so going to the south from Jeju Island means it needs to go very far to reach the destination. So there is the wind problem here, and also according to the sea currents of Kurushi, from March to September during the summertime, there's the wind that blows to the southern direction. So using this wind, we can sail. And on the other hand, during the winter time, around December, there is a northern wind blowing to this sea area. So we call this westerlies in Okinawa. So using this wind, we can go to the south. So during the springtime, it goes from south to the north, and during the autumn and winter times, we can go from north and south. So that was the sea route that was made prepared according to each season. And regarding the port, like you mentioned, we need to have the water. So water is essential to establish ports. So usually ports have water and they can dig the well there. And we can also dig the streams to use the water. And we can irrigate water from the stream. So ports where there are streams and water were made the major hosts. For Okinawa, it is surrounded by the coral reefs. So there are some parts where there is a separation between the coral reefs, and it's at the mouth of the stream. So there is the dented part in the coral reef, and that's where usually the ports were established. So there are also ports that all also being used currently now. So if we focus on these points, we can better understand what ancient ports were like. And nearby the ports, there is always well besides, and this is also an important part in Okinawa mainlands, and it's very important for the rites and rituals, whether they have the wells or not. And lastly, I will talk about the ceramics. But unfortunately, in Okinawa Islands, it couldn't extract sulfur, which becomes the material for the ceramics. So they use earth to make the earthenware, the pottery. That's what Korean Peninsula people call as earthenware. So Okinawa people could only produce earthenware, pottery. So the technique to produce ceramics and using the kiln and firing and such techniques were delivered in the 17th century. So before that, there has been culture of producing earthenware pottery in Okinawa, and it looked after some Korean and Chinese potteries. And in the 17th century, Satsuma domain dominated the Ryukyu Islands, and it brought the Sangseonjin Gundo people to Okinawa, and they ruled the Okinawa Islands according to the records. So regarding the potteries and ceramics of Okinawa, they look after the style of Korean ceramics. So I wonder whether I answer to your questions. So these were my opinions on your questions. Thank you very much. So I like to comment more on the second questions about the Crucio. So you said it can be weaker or stronger according to the wind. So what if it becomes weaker? What's the sailing like? During the winter times, the current of Crucio, the very strong northerlies blow that goes against the Crucio current, but in that case, it's very possible. But it becomes very challenging. So at this stage, what we could see from the map of Haedong 제국기, there was the western part of Ryukyu Islands, and going down, there is one sea route there. So following the sea route, we can reach some islands of Ryukyu Islands, and then we can use the wind blowing from the island to move. So I cannot say there was no such possibility. Thank you very much. Thank you for your discussion. We expected this would end at 12 o'clock, so we ended 5 minutes before. So the lunch is prepared on the first floor, and we will meet again 1:25. So please come back by 1:25. This ends the morning session. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had all enjoyed your lunch. So I'm going to begin the afternoon session. So the afternoon's topics are 4 in total. So first of all, we're going to do the 2 presentation, and then after 10 minutes break, we'll continue with the second part for the 2 presentations. So we will going to end today's symposium by 6:30. So in the afternoon, the first presentation will be delivered by Professor Vidya Nayati from Indonesia Gajah Mada University, and the title is The Characteristics of the Route Around Indonesia as a Trading Product in 14th Century. And Jeonnam University's Professor Hajina will lead the discussion. Please finish the presentation within 25 minutes and discussion in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen in Korea and other places in the world. Good morning in Indonesia. It is my pleasure to be in this prestigious symposium in Korea. Thank you very much to National Research Institute of Maritime Cultural Heritage, Republic of Korea, who invited me to the international conference on the trade, port, and maritime trade in East Asia. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Vidya Nayati. I'm an associate professor in archaeology department, Gadjah Mada University, Universitas Gadjah Mada in Indonesia. My specialization is in archaeology, Islamic archaeology, maritime archaeology, or economic archaeology, whatever, something like that. But maritime archaeology is part of the economic archaeology for me. In this special time, I would like to share my thought on trading in the Indonesian archipelago in the 14th centuries. This topic is very difficult actually for me because there are many experts such as Roderick Petak, Hall, and my guru, Professor John Norman Mixick, then Professor Anthony Reid, and many scholars writing on the route for the collection spices in the 14th century in Maluku. So, well, it's quite difficult. They mention about the route, west route, north route, Kalimantan to Sulawesi route, and so on. So, topic on the 14th century spices route is clear actually. But is it really clear? Is it answer all the information we need to reconstruct the past? In the special occasion, I will share my knowledge on a route within Indonesian archipelago. So my title will be the characteristic, the route around Indonesia as trading product in the 14th centuries. And the 14th centuries was an Asia trading era. This era has been related to the trading activities before the 14th centuries, and it was continuing to the next centuries. Characteristic of local trading centuries before has been applied in the 14th centuries. Only Asian traders visited to the Indonesian archipelago. They traded their commodities to local Indonesian commodities. They tried to make huge profit from local commodities, forests, and spices by finding many sources. West and Asia traders traveling and from their home country to the Indonesian archipelago. They move from port along Sumatra, north coast of Java, and stop in Gresik. That one is west route. Gresik is around here. So if we talk about Indonesian product, we can see it like this. Indonesian product become the center of the activities of the trading. Maritime trading network open the connection local Sumatran product, which valuable for people in China and Middle East. Not only product from Sumatra and Kalimantan, Kalimantan product were also interested by Chinese. Those two big islands, Sumatra and Kalimantan, have similar local products such as pepper, camphor, resin, and other forest products. However, there are products from other places such as Java, Sulawesi, which has abundant rice, while Timor and Sumbawa have sandalwood, and Maluku in here has spices. In fact, Champa, Malacca, Palembang, Java ports played important roles in spreading this product to China and Middle East. This is the spices, and this is the foreign product. Trading network in the Indonesian archipelago during the 14th century was the connection between transporting goods from hinterland by riverine system and to coastal ports. These activities not only exchange products, but also exchange cultural aspects during the exchange goods. There was transfer of idea, goods, language, and behavior between local to other people. Hindu and Buddhist temple established in the Indonesian archipelago. Temples have built in the hinterland Sumatra and Java. The changing of religion in the west part of Indonesian archipelago changes Indonesian culture. They know Indonesian language as they had to do religious activities. They use porcelain and metal for ceremonies together with the earthenware. Porcelain and metal were not local. It means the coming of Hindu and Buddhists to Indonesia associated with economic activities, and it related to the downstream and upstream system and also with the land. Those activities continue to the 14th century. However, the power has changed from Sriwijaya to Majapahit in Java. I will reconstruct the economic activities, especially trading route within Indonesian archipelago during the 14th centuries. This period was the glory of the Majapahit kingdom, located in the hinterland of Java. Here. So I just want to say that how hinterland Majapahit supported commodities for themselves and for eastern part of Indonesia for the spices. How did Majapahit area, as mentioned in Negara Kertagama, supported trading activities? I will compare this hinterland to Maluku and to area in here. It's a reference area called Pawen River. Okay, the capital of Majapahit Kingdom located in the hinterland in the intersection of, as in here, intersection, hold on. Oops, sorry. Intersection of the River Mas and River Porong. In the beginning of Majapahit, only occupied east part of the Java in here. But after that, in the 14th century, this one is the area of Majapahit. So during the Gajah Mada, the Prime Minister of Hayam Wuruk, whose reign in 1350 to 1389 marked the Empire of Glory. Majapahit dominated other kingdoms in southern Malay Peninsula, Sumatra, Bali, Kalimantan, Sulawesi, Maluku, Papua, Bali, Lombok, and eastern part of Indonesia. Yes, some part of the Philippines become the Majapahit area at that time. Majapahit during the 14th century became the regional power, both political and economic aspects. However, all trading activities were organized independently by local government. Many settlements have risen along the coastal. Harbor was located in the mouth of the river, and the harbor many people came and traded. Local people had come from different routes, inland and coastal adjacent. Traders from many places from Asia and from within Indonesian archipelago had visited the harbor using trading route, which had developed in the centuries before. So this is the west route to Maluku, and then this is the north one. The visitor in the harbor have had active bring commodities from many places. It means that the visitor bring commodities from harbor which trader had visited before they arrived in the harbor. Local people in every harbor could persuade visitor to buy their product, while each trader could communicate each other and give information about location, commodities, and contact person, which made traders having many options to visit other harbor to obtain commodities. The trader could use same route every time, but they could stop in one place longer than before, or longer than other traders, or could be visit one harbor in short time and move to other harbor, could be in short or long time in that harbor, before the trader move on the other harbor in line as scheduled or could be changing their route schedule. All they did for collecting or buying products which could sell high prices in their markets. In fact, the producers did not know prices of their product or their commodity. Distribution and redistribution of product from local Indonesian archipelago and from outside Indonesian archipelago has reached remote area and places beyond the expectation of the producer and trader. In fact, the monsoon become the main important thing. And actually, during the trading area, pirate is still going along. During the Majapahit era, almost all the commodities from Asia were found in Indonesian archipelago. Asian traders are intensively coming to Indonesian port and seeing local Indonesian commodities. The traders visited many ports and exchanging their product to local products. Because of that, many Asian traders many Asian artifacts have also found in many places in the Indonesian archipelago. The meaning of the artifacts at users' culture sometimes similar with the people who produce it, but sometimes beyond the expectation, such as the artifact become a dowry in one place or become gift item for head of village. Asian products which refer to the 14th centuries and before for not only in coastal area but also in the hinterland. Contact between coastal to hinterland, hinterland to hinterland, and the coastal to coastal is very common not only in the 14th century, but it happened before and after the 14th centuries. Contact along the river has been done using river and local hierarchy. Communication in between local people from upstream with people in downstream river had done. Product from hinterland transported to downstream using prau. The communication between hinterland and coastal was maintained by local ruler as the trader traded their commodity with the local commodities in the market located in the port. This one is the Trawulan, the capital of Majapahit Kingdom. And this is the river, the Brantas River, the main river. This is Brantas, and this one is Bengawan Solo. From this part, I'm going to talk in detail in this point. Along the Brantas River, which from Penanggungan Mountain to near Surabaya, and along the Bengawan Solo River, people still found many coins. Chinese, Indian, Roman, Mataram Kingdom. This one. It assumed that local Mataram Ta and Ma coins were used in trading activities during the 14th centuries, together with Chinese coin, Indian coins, and Roman coins. Asian products which refer to the 14th century and before for not only in coastal area, but also in hinterland, like I said before. Contact along the river has been done using river and local hierarchy. Communication in between local people from upstream with people in downstream river had done. Products from hinterland transported to the downstream using prau. The communication between hinterland and coastal was maintained by the local ruler. That is the most important. So this one, people to then contact to the other things, but in return, the foreign trader just only meet the chief or first or second elite. Okay, this one is the way local people collecting old artifacts in this one in the Brantas River. along the Brantas River, which running from sorry. Okay, this one is the along the Brantas River. There is a inscription saying that there are many inscription. They mention that there is a 34 villages along the Brantas and 44 villages along the Bengawan Solo River. That one is become Perdikan, is a free tax village. But those villages have two responsibility to help people, animal, other things to crossing the river and have to maintain the function of the village. Inscription Biluluk dated 14th century mentioned about the local products. This one based on Biluluk inscription. Those were salt, pepper, clove, rattan, fennel wood, sandalwood, damar, gaharu, camphor, sugarcane, banana, betelnut, shallot, coconut, kapuk, indigo, and wax. Yeah, sometimes including ivory, turtle shell, and pandanus mat. So this one is in Bengawan Solo, but this one is in Brantas. Local commodities from hinterland transported by river and land route as mahawan or by road. There were type of transportation used in river as mentioned in inscription such as perahu Masungkara, Hiliran, Maram Wan, perahu Benana, Benawa, Welah Galah, perahu Pak Bawanan, and Lancang. Perahu Masangkara was a local canoe used in upstream Brantas River and the downstream. Hiliran was canoe used to downstream. Maramwan was bamboo raft used in downstream and upstream. Ulah Galah was the paddle boat and used in the river. Perahu Bakmawan used to transport commodity from upstream to downstream. And Benawa was a big ship, same as Lancang here, is going to other places. Traders transported commodity that not only by river, but also by land. Traders use horse, cattle, sometimes using cart drawn by cattle and buffalo. Sometimes commodity carried by owner as mentioned and inscription as pinukul dagangannya. This is clear that Majapahit used local product from hinterland for support main harbor here on the north coast of Java. This commodity also used for collecting local Nusa Tenggara and Maluku product, while Benawa and Lancang travel to Maluku. We talk about Kalimantan. This is the location of the area that I mentioned. In Kalimantan, there was Betara Ring Tanjung Pura. It controlled Pawan River, a dendritic river. Upstream area were sources of gold, diamond, damar, gaharu, camphor, candlenut, and other forest products. There is a folklore that a man from the Java in Prabu Jaya visited Katapang and married to the daughter of Raja Hulu Aib. Hulu Aib is located in the upstream Pawan River, control people and the flow of local commodity. Lingga Statue, an old Javanese character, became a manifestation of Majapahit Kingdom. In Pawan River, the Lingga is located in Hulu Aib site in the Hulu or upstream river of the Pawan. Hulu Aib use bureaucratic system as in Majapahit. They have domung. Domung is almost similar with demang in lower class bureaucrat. Actually, from this area, from this area, commodity from the upstream Pawan is controlled. And this is the Chinese graveyard. This is the Muslim graveyard with similar with the Majapahit, and then they use the Arabic and old Java inscription, and this is the temple. So they mention about domung, it means demang. Orang kaya, rangkayo, temenggung, usually we found in many places in Indonesia. Okay, this is Pawan River. Pawan River was controlled by Majapahit using local big men in the upstream river, and downstream river controlled by Majapahit. Social religious life slightly controlled by Majapahit softly. However, people in Pawan River freely meet traders, especially from China, as many ceramics owned by, this one is owned by the local people. Compared to the other riverine, Kalimantan having more ceramic, especially dating Tang to Ming Dynasty. However, there are Vietnam, Thailand ceramics found in West Kalimantan, but less than China. Foreign traders came directly to rulers and local people to collect commodity, taxes controlled by the local rulers in intersection and downstream river. Monsoon, wind, brought people from Asia and China stop and collecting Kalimantan commodity, and then they directly going to upstream or part of upstream to do active trading with local. So at first during the Singasari, this area is part of the Pawan is part of the Singasari, then become a Majapahit kingdom area. So they worked, they built settlement in that area and intermarried, controlling the commodity in that area. Okay, we talk about the Maluku right now. Trading activity, this one, I want to talk this one. This is Maluku Island. There are some islands, small and big. Trading activity and outside Java was also continuing trading before the 14th centuries. As in North Bali Museum, there is Mataram coin displayed and mentioned that the time Mataram coin were found in North Bali side. Along the north coast of Bali to the east Nusa Tenggara developed small harbor under the lure as part of the west trading route. So this one. During the 14th centuries, many places in eastern part of Indonesia listed in Negara Kertagama. However, people in here and the small island here, Sabu and Boti, saying that, oh, they are part of the Majapahit. Those eastern part of Majapahit capital are still applying local bureaucracy system, and they do not have Hindu or Buddhist temple in their areas actually. There is no Hindu temple area in here. West route is not only from east coast of Sumatra to north coast of Java, but sometimes to north coast of Bali and west and east Nusa Tenggara and Maluku. This route dominated by local Nusantara people and West Asia and China traders. Local routes between one island to other island of this area have done freely, but unrecorded. Maluku was visited traders using west route, but also north routes, this one. From China through Philippines to southwest Luzon, Mindanao, Batuan, and Rich Maluku. In Maluku, 4 main ports, namely Jailolo, Bacan, Tidore, and Ternate. Those 4 ports produce nutmeg, maize, and clove, and also cinnamon. Their forest has abundance of those products, those harbor under Kolano, which mean all the contact with the traders and all the commodities owned by the Kolano. However, only Ternate, or in Majapahit or in Negara Kertagama, they call it Gapi, and Tidore control Halmahera, Seram Island, Buru Island, and part of west part of Papua, whilst Ternate occupied northeast and west Sulawesi, part of Maluku, and some part of Philippines. Maluku local people also traded with other places. There are type of local perahu, namely Belang, this one. Local people from North Sulawesi and east coast of Sulawesi, Bangga Island, also rowing in Maluku and vice versa, while people from Raja Ampat, West Papua, also visited Maluku and exchanged their commodity with Maluku and Sulawesi. Sulawesi actually has abundance of rice. Local Maluku people use semang and rurehe type of perahu for collect fish and other sea product, and using bamboo raft for their daily activities to Ladang, which to other island. Big perahu, kora-kora, which is artery. Kora-kora usually has kali-kali, a small long boat for reaching the beach when the kora-kora could not dock. And actually, if we talk about the Maluku product, there is a nutmeg, clove, and candle nut. There is a cinnamon, but I didn't mention in here. So if we see the monsoon in here, west monsoon started in October, November, December, January, until April. The nutmeg is harvest in January, February. That one is the last one. But the best one is during October. During the November and December, there is a big harvest. So if we talk about the nutmeg needs to be dried before selling it. So can say 2 weeks or 3 weeks. So you can imagine that the people, the traders, long time ago, they come in by west monsoon, and they can get the product during March, April, May. And then if they just go back to their place by east monsoon, they will get only nutmeg and clove. But if they just go around this October, November, December, they will buy clove, candle nut, best nutmeg, and the not good quality of harvest. So you can imagine that for this one, we can see the root of the local trading. And I assume this one is the product, and we can see that the trading not only just using the sea route, but also there is a inland to inland, then coastal to coastal, and then just back again from coastal to to upstream. You can see the flow of big transportation. The route is west route, this one, north route, but there is small things in here, and inland in here and in here. It means if we talk about the trading and the 14th centuries, we are not only talking about the flow of the way people going to collect the spices, but have to think what did they exchange with the local commodities. In conclusion, during the 14th century, Majapahit strategy for collecting spices for foreigners worked very well. Many places claim to be part of Majapahit Kingdom, as mentioned in Negara Kertagama. Local king had traded freely to all visitors. Local traders used Majapahit attribute and political and social system and pay tribute to the king Majapahit. But the tribute is only a small things, not have to do something special. Leaders in Sumatra, Kalimantan, and Sulawesi were not really known their role for Majapahit, except their name made Majapahit as big kingdom, whilst leaders in eastern part of archipelago was important for Majapahit as they supplied spices, sandalwood, and other local commodities to Ujung Galuh, Tuban, and other Majapahit harbor in the downstream Bengawan Solo and Brantas. Spices and sandalwood were lucrative commodities, so Majapahit tried to occupy the sources. However, Majapahit, who controlled from hinterland Java, forget that there were many ways or many routes to reach the valuable sources, both in Maluku and Nusa Tenggara. Moreover, communication between traders and harbor is working actively. It means people can go anywhere and can reach many places. And that one is uncontrolled by the Majapahit, could be, because we don't have any data on it. Later on, when Chinese and Asian traders were able to reach Maluku and Nusa Tenggara independently, the Majapahit port became declined. It was happened in Sumatra and Kalimantan area when Asian traders freely meet the local rulers. The trading activities developed very fast. While Majapahit Kingdom, after Gajah Mada and Hayam Wuruk passed away, had internal conflict. Majapahit era declined. But in other side, trading activities in Indonesian archipelago developed very fast. Asian trader played important role in the next century when European traders started joining them seeking spices. They meet producer and collect freely. Ujung Galuh and Tuban declined, but Gresik was still become important harbor together with Banten and Aceh. While Portuguese occupied important harbor, namely Malacca. The route in the 14th century is basically work of traders in century before. West route, north route, local routes become highway. The trading was still supported by hinterland commodities, which brought the harbor by river and by land. Foreigner and local traders from other areas in the Indonesian archipelago were trying to collect commodities in the hinterland, both by river and inland. All those activities were for getting profit. The route in the 14th centuries was not only in the sea, but also in the land. Trading route in the 15th centuries onward developed from the 14th century route. We cannot imagine how traders create a new way to find special commodities, as the Indonesian archipelago has many different types of geographical conditions. The product of the Indonesian archipelago differ each places, both type, quality, quantity. So no wonder these traders try to open access to obtain special products for their profit. See route of the 14th century's impact to the varied route in land. Understanding spice route in the Indonesian archipelago should include how local commodities transfer to harbor and how did local ruler organize the flow of the product. The trading activities was not only changing spices, but also daily product and household. However, those local commodities did not mention in foreign sources during the 14th centuries, but some Indonesian inscription mention many local products we traded in local market and harbor. Thank you. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you very much. We will listen to the discussion. Please go ahead. I was just introduced by the moderator and Professor Hojina from Jeonnam University.
Okay, I'm Gina Hale, who worked in Jeonnam National University. Very thankful for your presentation, and it's very helpful chance to understand the Indonesian trade network and maritime culture. I'm gonna ask 2 questions very shortly because the time short.
I'll be speaking in English from now. I actually prepared 3 questions, but due to the limited time, I will ask only 2 questions. I will sort of integrate them and ask 2 questions. First, Mekong Delta area or Malay Straits, Malay Peninsula that you mentioned. Through the marine trade, overall the complexity has been more complicated than ever before, but also it boosted development, and also there were a lot of marine empire. Of course, before 10th century, it was established, but in 14th century, I can still see the phenomena observed in Mazafite Empire, which means that growing socio-political complexity, community development were witnessed. As you mentioned, Professor, the hinterland began to develop, but also there should be some supply or support. For example, like local products need to be repurchased so the hinterland can also be developed. And then distribution occurred, and also the trading cities were formed. For example, the shape of the city began to form, and Mazafite is no exception. Social changes took place in Mazafite Empire from the economic effect. Together with that, I'm sure that there were a lot of new phenomena appearing, and the urban space, how did it develop, how did it underwent, especially operating trade ports deepened the mutual dependence, right? How did it change? And Mazafati is an empire, and from the socio-political system, this is like centrally controlled hierarchical system. And most of the power are concentrated to the Mazafite empire, right? You talk about local ruler, you keep using the local lord or ruler, and there's hinterland port, and also coastal port. So there are 2 kinds of ports. In case of East Asia, mostly they are coastal port. During Goryeo dynasty or other dynasty, when we turn into centrally controlled government, if we control the coastal area, we can easily manage that. Central government can easily manage the coastal port or coastal area. But Indonesian peninsula, you have coastal port, inland port, and also each region has diverse product. So it's so different. So local lords can increase their power. They can enjoy great economic development. Then what about Majapahit Empire? How did they cope with that? How did they control the development of each different region? How did they maintain their power? I want to know about that.
Should I answer right now? Directly? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Professor, for giving a difficult question, actually. Okay. Yeah, actually, yes. We are it is surprising actually to see the Indonesian development in the economic or trading during that era, actually until now, because we have to understand the Indonesia is consist with many islands, big and small one. That is the most one thing, geographical condition that we have to understand, different from, say, Malaysia or Korean itself. Then if we just, usually people only talk the coastal port, actually. Yes, actually, many foreign sources mention about it. They always mention about the coastal along the Sumatra or along the Java, but never talk about the port from Bali to Nusa Tenggara, West Nusa Tenggara, East Nusa Tenggara. That is the lack of data on it. But actually, if we see the Majapahit itself, the capital is inland. It's not in coastal, different from the Sriwijaya. So that is the jeopardy actually for the Majapahit, right? They don't have any things except the food supplies actually. And they have to maintain the traders from the China and eastern or western part of Asia, because product for spices actually goes to the India rather than to China. China is camphor. They need camphor rather than the spices. But those spices is very important, and for the maintain the situation, maintain the glory of the Majapahit. So why they have to maintain people coming, bringing the spices and sandalwood from the eastern part of Indonesia. But Majapahit don't have any product, special product, except the food stuff. So why they maintain with the inland harbor, inland or riverine harbor? So that is the point. So why there are many places, can say almost 80s, say small trading area, small port along two rivers, big rivers actually. And I can mention that, yeah, I have some collection proving that there are many activities along the river, because I found some, I bought illegally coins and all the artifacts and other places. So the way of Majapahit which control the local is very important actually, because from the local foodstuff they can exchange to spices and sandalwood. And have to know that Lombok, West Nusa Tenggara, East Nusa Tenggara, Maluku is unfertile area. There is no rice over there. So the rice from the Majapahit is part of the important thing to get the stuff over there. But in the end, say like the middle of the 14th centuries, when Sulawesi syllabus coming with the abundance of rice, they supply all the rice from the Sulawesi to Maluku. It's very near from that area rather than going from Majapahit. So everything is changing. Majapahit confused on it, I think. That one is it's very difficult for the Majapahit. One, because of the Sulawesi rice. Secondly, because many people came to Maluku by themselves with the north routes. Another way, many people, there are some local routes which is not recorded that make the Majapahit difficult to maintain that area. But actually, many things happen actually, I think. This one is very interesting to do other deep research on it to reconstruct the past, especially for the 14th centuries local Indonesian trading. That one, I think that I can explain my answer to you, Prof. Okay.
It's fine. Thank you. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Professor Nayati and Professor Hajina, thank you very much. The second presentation for the afternoon session will be delivered by Professor Ian Ganzi of Hainan University, China, on the origination of the Hainan Free Trade Port. Currently, the connection with China is very difficult. It's not going smoothly. So we have pre-recorded the video, so we're going to play the video, and then after that, Professor Moon Kyung-ho will lead the discussion. We will now watch the video. Distinguished guests from home and abroad, good afternoon. I'm Yan Gen-ji, the professor of Hainan University, China. Today, I'm going to talk about the origination of the Hainan Free Trade Port. This paper is co-written by the Vice President together Wang Seung-li. He's the Vice President of Hainan University, and I'm also the professor of Hainan University. So on behalf of him, I'm going to present on this paper. As you're all aware, the Hainan Free Trade Port in 2018 April, there was the announcement by Chinese President Xi Jinping that he would build a pilot free trade zone and a free trade port unique to China in Hainan. And since the announcement, this project has begun. And today I'm going to talk about the origination of the Hainan Free Trade Port. According to the geological research, before the geological period, Hainan Island was connected to the continent. So according to the result of the geological study, in the past it was connected to the continent, but after that, and from the Northern Bay, the rotation has started and it was separated. So from its original position, it went counterclockwise about 150 degrees. That's how it got to be located at the present place. So the separation began about 24 million years ago, and the island is still drifting. So the separation from the mainland and the rotation has been continuous, and Hainan Island was completely separated from mainland China about 8,000 years ago, but there are also other theories. Some say that the time point when Hainan Island was separated from the mainland was 20,000 years ago. And there's Jeju Peninsula on the Northern Bay, and there has been earthquake, the volcano eruptions, and due to such eruptions, there was coastal movement. So for a very long time, Hainan Island has been separating from the mainland China. So in the surrounding areas, a lot of ports were formed. There is a professor called Lang Man-ho in China, and he said when Hainan Island was being separated from the mainland, it became to form the shape of wheels. So as a result, there were 74 or about 80 ports and shorelines were formed. So such geographic feature is very flat, and there are rich fish stocks and also animals and plants. So thanks to such abundant stock of fish, the primitive residents of the island chose this land to live here. And the people living in the Hainan Islands, they mostly live in the nearby ports of Hainan Island. So this was because of the geographical and geological feature of the Hainan Island. At the center of Hainan Island, there were very high, tall trees and forests, and many wildlife could be found. So it was not suitable for the residents to live at the central part of the island. So many of the people live in the coastal areas of the Hainan Island. It was more convenient for their daily lives, and also it was suitable for trade. So I'm going to talk about the origination of the ports in Hainan Island. So I'm going to talk about the formation of Hainan Port. So the term free trade port is a modern term. So when did the free trade port begin to be formed in Hainan Island? I believe it has to do with the role of Hainan Island's ports as the trade port. So there is a significant volume on literature that shows port already existed in Hainan Island, at least during the Qin and Han dynasties. So 111 BC, during the era of Han Udi, the Shihan court unified Nanwei and divided Lingnan into 9 counties. And centering around Hopo County, it opened the Maritime Silkroad that runs to the west. And in its history, it was called Shuwen Hopo Nan Haidao. So here, Dao from Hopo Nan Haidao means the sea route. At the time, from Hopo and Shuwen, following the Northern Bay, there was the sea route. There were 2 sea routes. One was from Hopo and Suwon and following the Northern Bay and going towards the south, and it leads to the Southeast Asian countries, and also it could be connected to Rome in Europe. So that was the first sea route for trade. So this route was the first sea route far from land and was first overseas trade route. And the another one was course leading to Zuya and Dan-er to the south from Suwon and Hopo. So for this sea route, these 2 sea routes were found in Hanshu Di Liji. So in BC 110, during Han Udi, the 16 prefectures were inserted in Hainan Island, and that's how the formation of ports were facilitated. So after such ports were established, many ports in Hainan Island played a role to provide the mooring facilities for vessels coming from overseas, and some of them might have been engaged in trade. In the case of coastal ports, there were very active trade, so the inland merchants could gain a lot of wealth. So if we look into Hanshu Delizi in the coastal sea, buffalo, ivory shells, gemstones, silver, copper, and linen were traded, and merchants took a lot of wealth, and Pan-u is one of those cities. And Dazo was obtained in the southern sea of Suwen. And in the first year of the Udi Wanfang, Dan-er Zuya County was established. And among them, Panwu was the capital of Nanwei and was a highly developed port city adjacent to the sea. So the capital of Nanwei was very near to the sea, so it was developed the most. But other port cities in the northern bay of the South China Sea were also prospering. So Zuyue and Danor was at the northern bay in Hainan Island, so they are very famous ports, and it has to do with their locations. So for Zuya, it's often used as a nickname for Hainan later, and this name, it was named after pearls coming out from the sea cliffs of the county, the Zun. So this name was given because they produce considerable volumes of pearls on the shorelines. And the 6th year of Han Udi, BC 111, they conquered Warzie, and Zuya and Danor were established. So according to the record, these two counties were at the cliff of the sea, and they produced a lot of pearls, and that's why they call this place Zuya. In the Three Kingdoms period, Zuyazun was established. So it also originates from the name of Zuya in Hainan Island. And if you look into other history book, BC 228, there is a record like this. So the name was renamed to Zuyazun. So we can refer to such records. So in this zone, they couldn't raise much crops, but they could produce a lot of pearls. And to the west of Hainan Island, there is Dan'er County. So Dan'er County is the western part of Hainan Island, Sandozin of the Hainan Island. There's a governor office there. In this period, from Yuan Dynasty to Warring States period, Li Su Xianmin were living there in the Hainan Island. So here they usually did hunting and fishing activities to make a living. And during the Warring States period, Dan'er was established. So many people think Dan'er is the alliance of many tribes. And Dan'er County is used as the nickname for Hainan Island too. So Dan'er County was an important point and port at the China's west line. So there's a Jiaozi Zun. There's Zhangzi uprising made in the 18th year of Kan'u, and Han Dynasty dispatched Mawan general, Bofu general, to conquer the region. And Mawan said there was 20,000 ships supported the general, and he went to the south to conquer. And there is no clear record whether he landed on the Hainan Island, but many scholars believe that was true. And there was a professor who recorded this. So Dan'er Xian, there is a 50 kilometers apart excellent port, which means it is a very good environment, and is one of the major ports in the southern part. And there is a well nearby the port, and it is said that General Bopa dropped by this well. And when Bopa general came here, he came with the white horse, and because of the trotting of the white horse, the name of the well is named after the white horse. And Danzhou, the port there, it is almost certain that the port in Barmai Xingzhen Danzhou was an important port city in the western part of Hainan from the primitive period to the era of Han Dynasty. And most of the 5 prefectures under jurisdiction and rule of Dan-er County were either on the beach or not far from the beach. So, for example, Zheulai Xian Prefecture was in control of the present Changjiang Xian, and also Zhanchengzun, Jiu Xianchun. So, apart from the 2 city ports, Dan-er and Zuya around Hainan Island, there were 16 prefectures inserted. So most of them were in the coastal areas where there is smooth transportation, and there's a very famous port there, Liuro Port. So it's Jinhae village. So it was in the 6th year of Han Wudi, and the general Lufo, Lu Baodo, dispatched Yang Wu, and with his troops, it was ordered to land on the Hainan Island. So if we look at the record, they burned the vessels after they arrived at the port, so that it showed their strong willingness to win in the war. So that's why this port was named Liulogang Port. And this has been still preserved till today. And if you look into the background of how this port was formed, the port is on the other side of the sea. So in Zhuhai, Dan-er County of Hainan Island, so it is said that they were underwater. So that's from the record of the Three Kingdoms period. So at that time, people thought they were underwater. So here, when we say underwater, I believe this must be referring to today's South China Sea. At that time, all regions from the north side of Qingzhou Strait to the south were called the South China Sea, and Shuwenxian of Hepo landing from Suwon on the north side of the Qingzhou Strait to Hainan Island, Zuyezhou, and there's a record that it was seemed like as a granary warehouse on a clear windless day, looking from the opposite, and there were about 100,000 houses living there. And fourth, the background to the formation of the ports was also due to salt manufacturing, producing salt. Many people living inland went to Hainan Island to produce salt. So Hainan has a long history of making salt by boiling seawater. And many experts refer to lots of records regarding the salt manufacturing. So usually the western area of Hainan Island was doing salt manufacturing. There are about 5,000 to 6,000 fields of salt. So according to the Chinese unit, there is 800 mu sized salt field. And there's Yangpu Development Zone. And there we can also find the traces of salt manufacturing. So the salt produced here were traded to other countries, and it is being protected as the intangible cultural asset in China. And from the Three Kingdoms period to Tang Dynasty, we're going to how the port has been developed. So there was a significant change in Tang Dynasty. People were moving from the mainland to the southern part, and that was a new phase. So they moved to the east and also to the south. So there were many people moving to the Hainan Island, and their residents will move to eastern part. This was because the seaway from Guangzhou to the overseas countries was opened, and with the opening of the sea route, the transportation became more convenient and they could go for the Southeast Asia. And according to the ancient records, usually from the eastern part of Hainan Island, it could be connected to Southeast Asia and even to Europe. So from Tang Dynasty, the seaway from Guangzhou to overseas countries was opened, and the eastern ports of Hainan Island were greatly developed. So the Sanya region, very famous region in China, the Linzhenjun and Baoqian port were the major ports. From Tang Dynasty, in 748, so monk Jianzhen went to Japan 5 times and he dropped by Hainan Island according to the record. So during the process on the path to Japan, he dropped by the major ports of Hainan Island. At the time, Jianzhen monk dropped by one of the temples of the port and he stayed for more than 1 year there. So those major ports that existed in Tang Dynasty, their development became sluggish entering the Ming Dynasty. And there is Fujian Port, one of the famous ports. So for Fujian Port, so it's located in the east mouth of Cheongzhou Strait. It's not clear when this was formed, but it was established at least before the Tang Dynasty. And the monk Jianzhen dropped by Fujian Port, but also Manzhou Port. And apart from Manzhou Port, he also dropped by and passed through the Xingmixian ports. And many popular scholars and people must have passed through those major ports. And during Song Dynasty, Sodongpo, the great scholar who lived during the Song Dynasty, he passed through Tongzhaoyi. So from this record, we can presume that they passed through these major ports. And the case of Sudongpo, it passed through major ports of Hainan Island and left very famous poem. And during the Han Dynasty and Tang Dynasty, there are major records. And according to the records, customs house were already built. At the time, they didn't use the term customs house, but only the house. But if we look at the record, Liu Nu Chuan Zhu Ye Er Nu, it says, so there were officials in charge of the customs procedure, and they searched the body and belongings of the person who come to the port, and when they go against the law, they are punished greatly. And Fan Fang was formed during the Han and Tang Dynasty. So in Hainan Island, there were lots of Fan Fang. There's a region called Sanya, and there were many landing sites for foreigners, graveyards, and Fan Fang. And there was famous Yulingang Port and Fan Fang Port, Farantang Port, where many overseas vessels could moor. and they played a very critical role in developing the Maritime Silkroad. And the ports in the Hainan Island, they played the role of supplying the goods and also the transit. But not only that, the ports in Hainan Island, especially the major ports that I introduced to you, they transported the specialties to the Southeast Asia, so they played the role of the bridgehead. So there is raw cotton, seafood that were being traded, and the specialties produced in Hainan Island, for instance, shell and pearls, those precious products were sent to the royal palace as a tribute. So considering this, not only to Fujian province but Zhejiang province, but Hainan Island ports themselves played a very important role in Maritime Silkroad. Thank you, Professor Lee Genji. So Professor Moon Kyung-ho will lead the discussion from Gwangju University, and after the discussion, we're going to take 10 minutes break. Good afternoon. I'm Moon Kyung-ho, the professor of Gwangju University. So for other regions, we had real-time presentation, but the Chinese professor couldn't make it, so there was pre-recorded video played. I think the title is quite awkward, so I'm going to explain further about the title of his presentation. So in 2018, China designated Hainan as the free trade port. So there is the origination of this. So if we go back, it can go up to Han Dynasty period. So where is Hainan Island? So it's called Hawaii of China. So we usually refer to like chicken when we talk about the map of China. So Guangdong is like the stomach part of the chicken. So it's just below that. It looks like an egg, the shape of the land. And right under that, there's Sisa Archipelago, and there's the land dispute between Vietnam and China over there. So here is about the origination of free trade port Hainan Islands, what it means that it was formed during the Han Dynasty. So Hainan Island is not only important in Chinese history, but also in the contemporary history of Korea. Because during the Pacific War, 2,000 Korean people were mobilized by force. And after the defeat of the war, about 1,200 people were put into the cave, the mine, and they were just buried. So those people who are living there still call the cave 1,000 people gang because many people were buried alive there. But it has very sad history. So after I listened to your presentation, I prepared 4 questions because the paper is divided into 4 parts. First, so what is the Hainan Island like and how could the ports were developed there? And third is until the Tang Dynasty, how did the ports develop? And fourth point is how the Han Dynasty and Tang Dynasty organized the ports and to control of the ports. First, in Hainan Islands, a lot of ancient potteries are being excavated. But the archaeologists in China, they think they have been used for the ancestral life. So when I saw that, I thought of the Chungmakdong in Korea. So if those ports were the major ports from Han Dynasty, it means they should continue to see those potteries excavated from the region. So that was my first question. And secondly, the speaker mentioned Zuya. So the Zu means pearl and Ya means cliff. So the name comes because there were lots of abundant pearls produced there. and there was lots of trade focused on pearls. So if Hainan was the major port from Han Dynasty, it means other countries' relics and artifacts should have been excavated. That's my second point. And number 3, there's Tianhou Gong and Hainan Island. It's not for the lawyer family, but for the rights. So there is Guanzheng Di, the gods enshrined in the Tianhou Gong, and also the goddess Mazu. So Mazu was a woman who really lived during the Song Dynasty, and she was enshrined as a god. So many people living in the coastal areas worshipped Mazu and Guanzheng Di. And after Song Dynasty, in Korea, there were lots of people who were worshipping Mazu, and still until today, we can see the worshipping of Mazu in the old cities along the Korean shoreline. So, which comes first, Mazu or Gwanshungdi? And is it common to see those kind of religion, Mazu and Gwanshungdi? And my fourth point is the speaker mentioned that they didn't use the word customs, but there was an office that played the role of customs office. So if there was customs office, it means they are importing other countries' products. So they only impose tariff on foreigners or also to Chinese. So if they impose tariffs on Chinese people too, so I wonder whether we can see that Hainan Island was under the direct rule of China or not. I believe if the speaker was here at this place, we would have a very fierce discussion on this topic. But to my understanding, this was how I understood. So go back to the history of the origination of Hainan Island. And during the Han Dynasty, the major ports in the Hainan Islands. Because according to the established theory, we think the major ports began from the Tang Dynasty. So we were going to listen to the answers from the video. Distinguished guests, good afternoon. So about the questions from Professor Moon, he made various questions on Hainan Island. I'm going to make answers. First, the origination of ports. Sinchon Port. So Ikkyo-san relics. So he asked some geological characteristic of the Chioshan relics excavated in Sinchon Port. So for the last 5 years, we have been excavating such relics, and it is gaining a lot of interest in terms of archaeology. So I believe this region will be a very important point in the archaeology of China. And it is estimated that it's from 4,000 years back. So from these relics, we could find pottery pieces. So what was these used for? So the archaeologists are not releasing any result of that. They didn't announce the official uses for these relics, the pottery pieces. So my prediction and estimation is that those pottery pieces are clustered in groups. They are not in one piece scattered all around, but they are in groups, in cluster. So I found this very interesting. So such pottery pieces, I believe they were mainly used by the Lizu Xianmin people. And there were some relics underground, and that's how they could be accumulated like that. And many experts think that they were used for ancestral rites. And some people say they were used to contain some products inside. And they used to contain some ritual goods so that they can present to their gods. So whether it belongs to Li Su Xianmin or Nandao Yuzu, there's still controversy among the experts. So there are two opinions in this. First of all, Nandao Yuzu in the Fujian province area, as they moved to the southern part of China, they might have settled in the eastern part of Hainan Island, or maybe they made transits. That's how they left those relics and artifacts. And the other opinion is that Li Zu Xianmin of the Hainan Island So since the New Stone Age, they have been living in the coastal areas of Hainan Island. So that's the other opinion. So which theory is more accurate, whether it belongs to Rizu Xianmin or Nandao Yuzu? About this, we need further archaeological study. Regarding the second question, professor said he found Zuye, the name of the region, very interesting, and whether there is any trace that shows transactions with other regions. For the last few years, archaeologists have found many things. So under relics were found in the sand dunes. So the relics were discovered in sand dunes. It was very difficult to be excavated. So there are some parts where they are accumulated at the bottom. So if you look into the results of the Chinese archaeologists' research, so whether it has the significance in terms of archaeology or whether we can prove there was transaction with other regions, so we are not at the level of research. But anyway, we discover a lot of relics. Since the Warring States period, in the Hainan Islands, a lot of artifacts and relics were found from the Bronze Age and other ages. Lots of relics were found in Hainan Island. The artifacts left by Li Su Xianmin were also found in the Hainan Island. So regarding the third question, so he asked whether Tianhogong was the first shrine to be established there. So according to some literature, during Ming Dynasty, there was a person called Dang Zhou, and he wrote a book called Gondokzung, and there are three shrines in Hainan Island, and one of them is Tianhogong, and it is recorded that it was established during the Yuan Dynasty. As you're aware, Tianhogong enshrines Mazu, and it is said that it was established during the North Song Dynasty. The fishers during the North Song Dynasty moved to Hainan Island to the southeast, and at the same time, the worshipping of Mazu, the culture, was also flowing to the island. And there's another Haegu temple, and there are two shrines. And if you look into the stones with inscriptions, we can see that they came from the Yuan dynasty. So for Hainan Island, the people in the fishing village have different kinds of beliefs and religions, and I have experience of investigating the buildings and structures in Hainan Island. So they worship Mazu, but also Kwanshungdi. And there is a primitive religion that's developed out of Hainan Island, Sumi Xingye gods. So they have their own religions too. So the residents of Hainan Island had various beliefs. Regarding the fourth question, so what was the perspectives and recognition of the dynasty throughout Chinese history? So it can be seen that each dynasty had different perspectives on the Hainan Island. But if we go back further to the ancient Chinese history, we can say that there is no accurate information or materials to see how the dynasty were recognizing the Hainan Island. So we have more accurate information in the recent history, especially since the Song dynasty. So since Song dynasty, there were a lot of migration, and there was migration policies. Many people moved to the Hainan Island, and the Han tribes in the mainland of China moved to Hainan Island. So during the Dongjin era, there were about 100,000 households moved to Hainan Island. So this is what I got from the historic materials. And regarding Fanfang, so I believe this is a very important material that demonstrates its importance in the Maritime Silkroad. So there was Haizo tribes. About 100 Islamic graveyards were excavated, and it was designated as the important cultural assets of China. And in this area, Haizo, the tribe, the minority tribe, is said that they have moved from Vietnam to this area. So there were lots of wars going on in Vietnam at the time, and that's why they migrated to Hainan Island. So if you look at the eastern part of Hainan Island, there is Fanfang area, and also in the area of Chanashi, the name Fanfang is still used until today. So thank you, Professor Moon Kyung-ho and Professor Yen Gun-ji. So we're going to have further discussions at the end. We're going to take 10 minutes break from now on and continue. We're going to start the second part of the afternoon session, and the Vietnamese speaker will deliver the speech on the Vietnamese trade, ports, and maritime trade in 15th to 18th centuries. And then Professor Kim Jong-woo from Changwon University will lead the discussion. 25 minutes for presentation and 15 minutes for discussion. Thank you.
I'm from Vietnam National Museum of History. Thank you for your inviting me as a representative from Vietnam in this symposium. My presentation is Vietnam's trade ports and maritime trade in the 15th to 18th century. The content includes two parts. Part one is overview of the Vietnam's maritime trade in the 15th to 18th century. Part two mentions the Vietnam's trade port in the 15th to 18th century. First is part one. In the history of Vietnam's maritime trade, the period of the 15th to 18th century marked remarkable development in the diverse economy, increasingly expands the domestic and international trade activity, and exploits the maritime trade potential. About condition and position, Vietnam situated almost in the center of Southeast Asian region, with a coastline of over 3,000 kilometers along the East Sea that connects the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. So it's very convenient for developing trade port system and joining in the international maritime trade route. About condition of product in Vietnam, thanks to the natural geographical location, Vietnam as well as Southeast Asian countries have the potential natural resource, including valuable and precious products of forest, seafood, and aromatic spice varieties, such as calambak, agawood, cinnamon, cardamom, shellac, deer, pepper, pearl, etc. Furthermore, Vietnam has developed a long-term tradition of weaving silk and fabric, making ceramic as well as skillful handicraft production. These products were important items on the historical trade route that attract foreign merchants looking for great profits in Vietnam's market. The period of the 15th century, the year 1428 was the beginning of the Lê dynasty ruling. Since getting independent in the 10th century, David had to against some invasion from Mongol, the Ming of that China. So the Lê dynasty had to carry out the policy protecting the country as well as developing its economy. In domestic trade, the road and waterway expanded. Products were exchanged among local areas conveniently. In foreign trade, David's government stipulates that no permission for foreign merchants to enter the inner town freely. All of them must be in some ports, and it could be seen that the David's government opened many ports for foreigners to make the diplomacy relation and trade exchange. Especially since the event in 1471, Champa was almost merged into David territory. Then the trade ports of Champa were inherited and promoted by the Vietnamese people. Due to the ship-ban policy of the Ming dynasty from late 14th to mid 16th century, Chinese merchant trading activity was limited. Chinese ceramic trading was influenced extremely. In this situation, Vietnamese ceramic gradually replaced increasingly and export to the Southeast Asia, Japan, Egypt, India, etc. Many archaeological findings prove that Vietnamese ceramic had appeared at many places in the world, such as Vietnamese Chu Đậu ceramic we found in the Turkey, some archaeological sites such as Pandanan shipwreck in Philippines, or Rang Khiem site in Gulf of Thailand. In particular, the Kola Cham shipwreck with Vietnamese ceramic made in Chu Đậu Kin and Mandarin Kin in Thăng Long capital in the 15th century. The forms variety and cobalt, blue and white pattern and variety abundant. The period of the 16th century, in the early 16th century, the Lê dynasty was weakened. David entered the Mạc dynasty's rule. From 1533, the Lê descendants were helped by the Nguyễn and the Trịnh family, ruling from Thanh Hóa province to the south. So the Mạc dynasty ruled from Ninh Bình to the north. This period was also called the Southern and Northern Dynasty of Vietnam. In the northern, under the Mạc dynasty's ruling, upholding industrial and commercial economy, besides the Thăng Long capital, was the most developing center. The Mạc dynasty also established Dương Kinh to be the second capital by the sea in order to exploit the maritime trade potential, and the foreign trade policy was more openly than the previous dynasty. Especially in the 16th century, a lot of handicraft released. Production center of fabric and silk weaving, making ceramic, making fire wooden article, broadcasting, silk casting, village market or riverside market developed increasingly. This market often associated with craft release around and gather product and transport to some central port as Thăng Long, Kẻ Chợ, Vân Đồn, Phố Hiến, Hải Dương. The most typical of industry and commercial economy in the Mạc dynasty was ceramic product. Especially cobalt blue and white ceramic was an important achievement in the history of Vietnamese ceramic. This ceramic was made with bearing the year of manufacture, the name of potter, and became a very popular commodity item for international merchants. The ceramic village of Bát Tràng, Chu Đạo Hợp Lễ around Dương Kinh and Thăng Long capital also developed on skillful level and form variety. All the trade ports around Thăng Long capital and Tonkin Gum were very busy in transporting thin ceramic and handicraft products for export. In which large quantity of Vietnamese ceramic were exported to many countries in Southeast Asia, Japan, etc. Here is a lampstand and censer that made by potter Đặng Huyền Thông in the late 16th century. In the southern, although the Nguyễn family and Trịnh family had the liking, however, their relationship was not good. The Trịnh Lord consolidated his power army, so the ports in Thanh Tĩnh did not very much develop in trading activity. From the middle 16th century, in order to prevent from the Trịnh family's killing, the Nguyễn family asked to move to the south and govern the Thuận Quảng land from Quảng Bình to Bình Định province. The Nguyễn Lord rapidly strengthened his own power, exploit the sea potential, promote the trade port advantage of the previous Champa, as well as expanded the territory to the south. The period of the 17th to 18th century, this period was marked as a strong growth in the foreign trade economy of the Đại Việt, its top development of Asian commerce. The later Lê dynasty was restored. However, the late emperor held no real power. Actual power in the hands of the Trịnh lords in Đàng Hoàng, from the Giang River in Quảng Bình, Giang River to the northern, and the Nguyễn lords in Đàng Trong Cosensin from the Giang River to the south, both ruling in the name of the late emperor. About the trade relationship in this period, the Trịnh and the Nguyễn lords always kept trade relationship with Asian countries, in which Southeast Asian and East Asian countries was a long-term traditional trading partners, as Japan, China, India, Siam, Java, Malaysia, Myanmar, Thailand. Besides that, in this period, Đại Việt economy also welcomed the Western merchants, such as the Portuguese, Spain, and especially the East India companies. East India companies built their trade agency in some central ports as Thăng Long Kẻ Chợ, Phú Hiến Port, or Hội An Port. The cargo from Western merchant ships were often priority in exclusive trade exchange with the Trịnh and the Nguyễn lords and mandarins, such as weapons, copper, bronze, cosmetic, felt clothes, white luxury items for royalty, and they had trade with the Vietnamese inhabitant or intermediary, purchasing gold, silver, agate, calamba. So many kind of product of Vietnam. Then transporting to market in China, India, Japan, or some trade center in Southeast Asian countries as Malacca, Makassar, Batavia, Siam, Java, Palembang, or Europe's harbor. And the most important commodity is silk and agate calamba, because the needs from the lucky markets in Japan, Persia, and China. And one element that rules the maritime trade is shipwreck site. Many shipwrecks that date to 15th to 18th century discovered in the seashore of Vietnam. These archaeological sites prove that Đại Việt coastal port system joined in the international maritime trade route quite positively. Example, here is Hòn Cao shipwreck with the Chinese ceramic for export to Europe in the late 17th. The Hòn Dầm shipwreck with Thailand ceramic in 15th century. The Cù Lao Chàm shipwreck with Vietnamese ceramic in 15th century for export. Kamau shipwreck with Chinese ceramic for export to Europe in early 18th century. That is Bingtan shipwreck with Chinese ceramic export to the Southeast Asian region in 16th, 17th century. The Hưng shipwreck with the cargo is a brown tuber for dyeing fabric, and in addition, some other Japanese ceramic and Chinese ceramic were sailors belonging. Date to the about 18th or 19th century. And some other vestige of metal corn shipwreck and ceramic shipwreck date from 15th to 18th century discovered in the seashore of Vietnam. In the Asia-Pacific Ocean region, this period formed two major trade routes, the north-southern connecting Japan through tiny coastal and Taiwan to the Đại Việt and other Southeast Asian countries. And the second is the east-western. From India, the western ship through the Strait of Malacca to the Southeast Asian, as Indonesia, Siam, Đại Việt, Philippines, and to the East Asian is China and Japan. This trade exchange activity had created new sin trade routes, ceramic trade routes, paper trade routes, tea trade routes, not through Central Asia, but through the Pacific and Indian Ocean, Mediterranean, connecting Europe with Asia. Đại Việt really entered the vibrant trade era of the world. The participation of international merchants from Asia and Europe had a strong impact on the trade development of Đại Việt, creating conditions for major trade port centers flourishing during the 17th to early century. Second is part 2, Vietnam's trade port in the 15th to 18th century. The abandoned river, estuary, bays, and lagoon form a series of ports that playing an important role in connecting, distributing, and transshipping commodity. In the 15th to 18th century, many large ports were also managed and exploited by the Đại Việt government, especially Riverside Market, increasingly joined in gathering and transshipping products to the central ports. Here, we would like to introduce some typical central ports. Vân Đồn was a very important island port in the Tonkin Gulf and joined in the maritime trade during many centuries. About the vestige of trade ceramic date from 15th to 18th century discovered here so a lot. The Cải Chợ was the largest river port by the Red River in the northern Vietnam. During the 15th to 18th century, a lot of handicraft villages developed around here and made here became popular 36 merchant street, especially here Asian and European trade agency built here, and this foreign trade exchange made the Cải Chợ becoming an animated central port. Pho Hiến, the next is Pho Hiến port. Pho Hiến is also very important river port because its position was easy to move to the sea and to the capital by the Red River, so it had close connection with the commerce center of Thăng Long. So and Pho Hiến from 15th to 18th century, very developing. China, Japan, Siam, European VOC, EIC, CIO trade agency was built here too. The next is Dome. Dome in the began from 17th century. It is a very important port by the Thái Bình River. When the British and Dutch merchants dock ship here for commodity transshipment, the seller often stay here for several months to wait the product So, and when they come here, they stay here for living and trading. And when they came here, bringing Western commodity, they also bring some kind of seed as salad, kohlrabi, cabbage for local inhabitants. Up to now, some villages here still grow and send this vegetable seed. This is a follow street that where the British and Dutch merchant and sellers stayed in the 17th century. And come to the Central Vietnam, the group of Phu Thạch and Chiu Khẩu river port was very popular and important port from the 16th to the 17th century. Besides the Chinese and Southeast Asian merchants, the Silk Road allowed Japanese merchants to establish trade agency here for long-term trading. And the next, we come to say about the ports in the Cosancin. When the Nguyễn Lót building edifice located in Ái Tử Trà Bát in Quảng Trị province, this place became the center of administration and commercial economy. So merchant ship came here for trading directly with the Nguyễn Lót. And besides European commodity as a weapon or luxury item, etc., the Nguyễn Lót often purchased so many brown corn for circulation. Here nowadays, by the Thạch Hãn riverside, we found so many brown corn. This is Thạch Hà port. In the 16th century, Thạch Hà was the last market. But when the last building edifice moved to Thừa Thiên Huế, so Thạch Hà market became the Thạch Hà port, very important. And all the merchant ships from Thuận An and Tư Hiền estuary enter for trading directly with the Nguyễn Lót at the Thanh Hà trade port. The most important port in the central Vietnam, it was known as a central, the very important port is Hội An. This port was fully exploited by the Champa inhabitants, and its position was very convenient in the international maritime trade route. The Champa people created a network of intermediaries to gather a variety of products from the forest and the sea. And from the 15th to 18th century, Vietnamese people inherit and promote this central port. Especially under the Nguyễn Lót's ruling, Asian and European merchant ships came here increasingly. Here is the rolling painting Xuyên Sen Cô Chi Cô Dư Cảng. Merchant ship with Xuyên, the resting ship, by resting ship from Nagasaki to Hội An port in the 17th century. Hội An port could not separate from some other important port, that is Cù Lao Chàm Island Port, Đại Chiêm Seaport, and Da Nang Seaport. And we can see some more other ports, very large and important ports in the central Vietnam, in Quảng Ngãi province. In Quảng Ngãi province, the cinnamon and sugar is the most important commodity. Some more ports in Bình Định province, in Phú Yên province. In Phú Yên, salt is the most is very popular item commodity. Here is Khánh Hòa. Khánh Hòa is the most commodity is agaout and calambach. Here is Ninh Thuận. Ninh Thuận and Bình Thuận is the last land of Champa. The last land of Champa during 17th and 18th century. At that time, Champa people still develop this port. They often take commodity not only inner land. They go overseas. Example, in 17 Champa ship carry rice and lacquer to Malacca for trading with the Dutch merchant. And next, from the 17th century, the Nguyễn Lót carry out reclaiming and expanding land in the southern Vietnam. In this time, the Chinese Minh people were anti the Mỹ Tho, Chợ Lớn, Cù Lao Phố, etc. contribution to the domestic and international maritime trade network. And because rice is very popular in southern Vietnam, and it is the most important commodity. And the second important commodity is Erica. Erica nut. In the 18th century, Erica nut was very important in leather tanning and dyeing fabric in Europe. So the European merchant purchased a lot Erica nut. And our museum and National Research Institute of Maritime Cultural Heritage in Korea, we had a cooperation, a research project on the Vietnamese ancient port. And we have a remarkable result about the along from the north to the south coast of Vietnam. We have there are about nearly 100 central ports, and it's associated with a lot small port or sub ports joining in the maritime trade network. And in the southern Vietnam, in particular, there are a lot of floating markets. They look like small ports. They are center of gathering commodity and connecting to the central port. So now, next to conclusion. Vietnam's coastal terrain very convenient for developing trade port system as well as joining in the international maritime trade route. And Vietnam have a potential natural resource, including valuable racial product variety of forest, sea and island, aromatic spice, traditional silk and fabric products, ceramic, as well as skillful handicraft production. These products were important items on the historical trade routes. Along the coastline from north to south, a series of large-scale trade ports, including seaport, river port, island port, central port, or sub-ports, would develop and play an important role in connecting, distributing, and transshipping and transporting product commodity. They create connection between economic space, between the delta, the highland, the sea, and island, at the same time participated in the network of domestic and international trade connection. The period of the 15th to 18th century marked remarkable development in diverse economy, expanded international trade activity, and explored the maritime trade potential. Thanks to the international trade exchange, the Vietnam's economy gradually developed. Above is my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for a great presentation. We have with us Professor Kim Jong-ho, who will be giving discussion. Thank you very much. I was just introduced. My name is Kim Jong-uk. I'm a professor. I found a new thing. I'm really surprised to find that out. National Research Institute of Maritime was working really hard until now, and they were doing a lot of international cooperation with Vietnam, especially with the National Museum of Vietnamese History. And I'm very glad to find out that more than 10 years, Vietnamese Museum and Korean Research Institute are working together. I'm so grateful, and in a way, I am overwhelmed, especially today's International Symposium is very important, and amid COVID-19, we are having this virtual meeting. Central government or local governments are not able to cover this kind of culture, maritime culture, but National Research Institute of Maritime has hosted this symposium, and taking this opportunity, I'd like to express my gratitude once again. Unfortunately, we had no Vietnamese interpretation, so please allow me to say a few words in Vietnamese.
Tôi là giáo sư Kim của trường Đại học Trung ương. Tôi đã làm tiến sĩ tại khoa sử ở trường Đại học Khoa học Xã hội và Nhân văn cách đây 20 năm, từ năm 93 đến 98. Thì tôi đánh giá tôi có thể có ấn tượng tốt đẹp vì cô Huyền đã viết một bài khoa học thì rất phong phú và rất công phu. Thế thì tôi cảm ơn. Nhân dịp một cái hội thảo quốc tế hung mặt như hôm nay, tôi đề nghị, tôi mong muốn rằng thì các nhà nghiên cứu từ Viện Bảo tàng Lịch sử Việt Nam và các trung tâm nghiên cứu tài sản văn hóa Mộc Pô thì mở rộng ra một cái hợp tác với các sự giúp đỡ của nhà khoa học như tôi. Tôi rất cảm ơn nhé.
Thank you. Your Vietnamese very good.
오늘 우리 후임.
Well, the authors or the Tin Leu Huen's presentation was a great gift to anyone who studies or who does research in Vietnamese, because we focus very much on the history or political relations, but not much time has been spent on researching maritime trade history. So thank you once again, Ms. Din Tin Lane Huen, for giving such a great presentation. I was able to learn a lot from you. Huen, one of the major features of your presentation is that you have told us the trade route of the Vietnamese and also the commodities that were exchanged long time ago, which is not widely known in Korea. And also, today it is recognized that Vietnamese is known as New Dragon of Asia while achieving rapid growth through remarkable economic growth through the opening of Doi Moi, reform policy, and political stability. Your presentation helped us to understand the background of Vietnam. So thank you for your presentation. We don't have much time, so I'll go directly into the question. My question is, first of all, I read your presentation. There are a couple of questions that I'd like to pose. So out of 3 questions, I will ask only 2 questions, and 1 question, if time allows, I will say that during the general discussion. My first question is, during the morning session, also it was mentioned by another speaker, the feature, special characteristic is that between the 16th to 18th century were the period of the division between the North and South, and there are a lot of studies. However, in case of the Vietnamese, it was a period of North and South dynasty. It's hard for you to understand, but there were lords like Chin Si or Ung Eng lords, and also Mech Dynasty. So there were some confrontations. So the territory were divided. There was a civil war or internal war, but still there was a domestic trade, or the trade were developed. I wonder how that was possible. And also North and South Vietnamese dynasty, or Qingxi or Ungwengxi lords, they were conflicting each other. But there was a Ming dynasty, and Ming dynasty contributed to the development of the domestic trade. But actually, the territory was divided, isn't it? So during the 16th century, you talk about Ming dynasty, and Ming dynasty belongs to the northern part of Vietnamese, right? But under the such divisions or confrontation, what was the decisive factor in achieving such success in that period during the Ming dynasty? What did they do compared to other dynasties? How did they manage to develop the trade? So that's my first question. How did Ming dynasty did that? What was the reason? How did it possible? Second, the commodities, you mentioned a lot about the local commodities and products, but during the Goryeo dynasty or Joseon dynasty, ginseng is widely known, and ginseng was delivered to Vietnam during that time. But in your presentation, you talk about the trade between Vietnam and Korea, but there was no direct trade route between Vietnam and Korea, and no trade, no relations at all, probably through China or through France. So there was a mediator. So my question is, during the early 13th century, during the northern and southern Vietnamese dynasty, Linh Long Do was the person. He escaped to China, but eventually he arrived at Hwanghae area. So we knew about these sea routes, but still the transshipment or the general trade, it wasn't done through sea routes, right? You didn't mention about that. There's no mentioning about that. So I'd like to ask you, do you have any idea how did it happen? Because there was no direct trade, but how did it happen? That's all. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. About the first question, you asked about what is the decisive factor that enabled the Ming dynasty to reap such great success only in short period. Yeah. The factor that enabled the Ming dynasty to reap up the great success is the thinking. The thinking was more open and progress than previous dynasty. In the previous dynasty, the thinking was attaching much importance to agriculture and make a light of commerce. But in the Ming dynasty, the thinking was changed. They focus on developing on commercial economy, not only focus on agriculture, and they develop private economy. At that time, the Ming dynasty's thinking, they quite comprehended the general international situation at that time. Because in the 16th century, Western power such as Portugal, Spain, Netherlands, England gradually expand the monopolistic commercial markets, especially Southeast Asian region, with abundant natural resources, in which Đại Việt was upon of many attractive profits. So and more, Ming dynasty focus on not only inner economy, inland economy. They focus on increase exporting. So many products of Vietnam can export to overseas. So here, my answer is decisive factor is the thinking was changed, was a progressive thinking. Okay, and the second question. The second question. I'm very sorry for my poor knowledge because incident that you talk the information about the officership of the Lê dynasty is the first time I heard. Thank you for your information. And my answer is that for sure it's not because of this incident reasons that make Đại Việt could not trade directly with Joseon. Here I give out two reasons. First reason, it was known that the Joseon dynasty policy keep trading with traditional partner China and Japan. Limitation with other foreign countries, so Đại Việt was very difficult to trade directly with Joseon. The second reason is that Đại Việt policy in foreign trade. Also, we also carry out the policy of open door policy, but the policy only is one way. We welcome the merchants, foreign merchants, come to Vietnam, come to Đại Việt for trading, but limitation of no permission the Vietnamese ship go overseas for directly trading with other countries. Because if some because example the Silkroad, the Silkroad they know that the tax ship tax as a port is very great profit for the court. Example, and Vietnamese in traditional Vietnamese people only often focus on doing agriculture, not and institute trading only. So about the go overseas for trading is very difficult for Vietnamese people, and furthermore, our Vietnamese ship is not modern enough to go overseas. So two reasons like Joseon and Đại Việt policy only have a limitation in foreign trade. So we could not. It's very difficult for each other to trade directly. Although the Đại Việt, but in fact, although the Đại Việt and Joseon both sides could not trade directly each other, but the product of Đại Việt and Joseon was still able to exchange mutually by the intermediary merchants. So in my paper, I mentioned about the Chinese or Japan and the Western merchant. They trade. They bought the commodity from Đại Việt or from the Korea or from the Joseon, and through the Mediterranean intermediaries, and so the Đại Việt product could contact could reach to the Korean land, and the Korean example the Đại Việt product such as agaout, calambak, cinnamon, some job steer. I saw so that is a very, very important medicine for the Joseon. And Joseon, and in Joseon, Korean ginseng, Korean brown corn, ceramic also discovered in Davies. Now we also found some article. It is my my poor knowledge, and I temporarily answer that. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. Regarding the first question, I mentioned Mak Dynasty. As you know, Mak Dynasty, the name is Mek is just like Kim in Korea or Dung name. It's not very frequent names, so mostly it's a minority people who reside in the northern part of Vietnamese. So they secured the power, they dominated the whole regions, and Mak Dynasty facilitated the trade and international sea routes. If that is true, then this Mak Dynasty is not like a traditional dynasty or royal family, but they focus on economic activity. And I wanted to find out whether they are not traditional dynasty. Anyway, you talk a lot about open-mindedness and change of the thinking, but we can discuss about that during the general discussion. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Professor Nguyen and Kim Jong-wook, thank you very much. For the other questions, we're going to address during the general discussion session. Now we have the last presentation. Kim Byung-gun, researcher from the National Research Institute of Maritime Cultural Heritage, will deliver his presentation under the theme of the pavilion, a hub of the Maritime Silkroad in the Goryeo period and the Sinanship. And Professor Han Jung-won was supposed to lead the discussion, but he's in other events, so he will join our general discussion and give his discussion questions. So for this presentation, we're going to listen to the presentation for 25 minutes, and for the discussion, we're going to address that during the general discussion session. Good afternoon, I'm Kim Byung-gun. Thank you for introduction. My topic today is Pavilion, hub of the Maritime Silkroad in Goryeo period and the Sinanship. So it's an honor that I take the last turn for today's presentations. The National Research Institute of Maritime Cultural Heritage for the few decades have been doing research on the underwater relics and excavation, and I believe this is a very important opportunity for us. So I'm going to deliver my presentation focusing on that. So the major contents are the underwater excavation in the Goryeo period and how Sinan ships can be connected to the pavilions during the Goryeo period. I understand there's no direct logic between this, but anyway, and also I'd like to suggest the future research topics that we need to concentrate on. Recently, there is a lot of interest on the underwater excavation. So underwater relics are helping rewrite the history about the Goryeo period. So there is growing interest in treasure ships and the Maritime Silkroad. And this was also one of the ways to prove that there has been Maritime Silkroad here. So until we found such relics underwater through the excavation, we didn't have any way to prove there was a Maritime Silkroad. But thanks to such underwater relics, we found a connection so that we can link to the Maritime Silkroad. So I'm going to talk about the underwater relics and the pavilions. There are 6 major pavilions: Seoksanjeong, Byokpajeong, Gunsanjeong, Anunjeong, and Gyeongwonjeong. So these areas during the Goryeo period were the major access and entry point for the ships, and it has been proved that there were many envoys and traders using the pavilions and the ports, and they even set destination as Kaegyeong, the capital of Goryeo. And along with this, I will look at the connection between the Sinan ship. So I included Sinan ship because they were found in the ports, one of the major ports in the Goryeo period. So I wanted to suggest that our pavilions can be major points that we can argue that there was a Maritime Silkroad in Korea too. So like it was mentioned during the keynote speech and from other professors, it was mostly around the West Sea and Southern Sea. And they also addressed the sea routes during the Goryeo period. And during the Song Dynasty, there was Goryeo pavilions. And in response to this, the pavilions were also established in Goryeo. And in the areas where the pavilions were established, Jindo, Gunsan, and Taean, and even in the Yeongjongdo Island area, not only the Chinese relics, but Korean relics were discovered. So if we connect all of this, we can connect to and see the big picture for the Maritime Silkroad development. You can see from this picture the 6 major pavilions in Korea. It's difficult to say that Pyeokpajang is directly related to the China mainland. So maybe they have passed through the Huksanjang and Kunsanjang. And so this is at the major passing transit point. And also Huksanjang played a very critical role connecting the areas, as it was mentioned during the morning session. And for Kunsanjang, this was the major reception point to welcome the envoys. And Kim Bo-sik during the Joseon Dynasty came here to receive the envoys. So this area also played a very critical role. And Taean's Anheunjeong, this pavilion, for the 1,000 years during the Goryeo period and Joseon period, all the tax shipping vessels passed through this. So they didn't have the motor boat, but they used the wind directions. So they need to consider the tidal current, otherwise the ships would go shipwrecked. So they had to wait for the wind so that they can get the tailwind to sail smoothly. And for Gyeongwonjeong Pavilion, this is at the entry point to go to Daejeong. And so it's also one of the major waters, very turbulent waters. So those pavilions are usually located at the very turbulent waters because this has to be established where the boats need some place to be anchored at to wait for the wind to change. And Gyeongnam-jeong, this pavilion, is the last entry point before going to Daejeong in Korea. So this was the reception point to welcome the envoys, and also trade was conducted as a part of the Maritime Silkroad. So it shows that there was distinct sea route that connects to Japan and to other regions through the West Sea and the Southern Sea. I didn't cover the East Sea because most of the underwater relics were found in the West Sea and the Southern Sea. So rather than the literature, but I focus more on our underwater relics. So the records from Huksan-do, we already mentioned about this in the morning session in Goryeo Dogyong, and it was one of the critical major hub port. And when the envoys come to Huksan-do, they make the signal smoke to signal to other areas. So this was the main entry point where the envoys come and we receive them. So these records can be found in the Annin's diary, the history of Song, and the book history of Wian and Tengliji. So whether they go to Ningbo or Mienzhou, they had to go through Huksan-do, this pavilion. And in this area, through lots of excavated relics, so that they were used for ancestral rites. And also there has been naval posts in the Huksan-do region. And recently in this area, we found lots of underwater relics that show there was a trade for the Maritime Silkroad. And from our National Research Institute of Maritime Cultural Heritage, we discovered 50 ceramics of China. And it was found that they have been produced in Longqing King and Zhejiang province. So it is the proof that there has been active trade between Goryeo and Song Dynasty. And such discovery and excavation are ongoing. And on top of that, there's one more thing I need to mention. So the reported relics, there are more than 300, and most of the Chinese relics are scattered. So if you link all of them, it becomes a long story, so I dismiss that part. But if we cover all those relics found there, we can have a big picture on this. So these ceramics are found in Huksando waters, the Chinese ceramics from Song South Dynasty. So this shows there has been active trade between the two countries. So there was even a seaward designated for ceramics, and of course there was Korea's celadon. And the Chinese ceramics were found on the Mado, Huksando, and even the Jeju Islands. At the time, it shows there was active trade between the two dynasties. And next is Byokpa Pavilion in Jindo. So during the Cheongyu War, Lee Sun-shin defeated the Japanese army. So many people know this reason for that event. But in this area, the underwater relics also show that this is a plausible place where there was active trade between the Chinese dynasty. And also Chinese ships were found here. And there is a Jindo dugout canoe. So such type of boats are being discovered in Byokpa Pavilion, which is to the west end of Korean Peninsula. As you can see here, this is Ultolmok. And here, there's very strong current. So many ships are sunken. So they usually have a rest here, wait for the wind to change and tidal current to change, and then continue their navigation. So many relics were found. The trade products of the Maritime Silkroad. So we can say that this port played a very critical role connecting China, Japan, and Korea. And now, Byokpa Pavilion. So the only pavilion that is restored now out of the 6 pavilions is Byokpa Pavilion. So you can visit there and see this is restored there. And if we do more active underwater excavation in Myeongna-Daecheon, maybe we will establish a maritime museum to exhibit such underwater relics. Next, Myeongna-Daecheon underwater excavation. Like I mentioned before, through the underwater excavation, a lot of underwater relics were found. And there is an anchor stone out of the Chinese materials. So for Korea, we just cut off the natural stone. But for Chinese anchor stone, they use very special type of stone, and they carve the stone so that they can use for the ships to anchor at the port. So it means that the Chinese vessels have made transit here and anchored here. And out of the Chinese relics that we found, there is 13 centimeters in depth, and it weighs more than 108 kilometers and 22 centimeters in weight and 175 centimeters in length. This is a very big size. And there were also black glazed ceramic pieces, and all of these relics show that there has been active maritime activity. And these are celadons of Korea period, and all of these celadon relics are being discovered on the sea route. And this is the black glazed ceramics and Japan's important ceramics in the Kyushu region. So these relics are the proof that there was a sea route connecting China, Korea, and Japan. And Korea was at the intermediate stop connecting China and Japan. So I think it will help your understanding if you think from this perspective. And this is China style anchor stone and Korean style anchor stone. So for Korean anchor stone, so about 200 of pieces were found in the Myeongnan-Daecheon waters. So Korean style anchor stone, they just use the natural stone. So there is variety of the stone. They have all different sizes. But Chinese style anchor stone is very organized, and they have very standardized size and shape for the anchor stone. And next is Byokpa Dugout Canoe in Jindo Island. So if you see here, there is 보수공 in the vessels, and the coins are put into the 보수공, and these were utilized as a ritual to pray for the ship's safety, safe navigation of the ship. So this has been done in Fujian province in China. So it is a very clear proof that this has come from Chinese region. And there were 2 vessels from China found here, and both of the ships had 보수공 at the vessel. So it shows that the Chinese vessels were coming from China and made transit here. So this is a proof that there was active maritime exchanges between Korea and Fujian of southern China. And this is the 보수공 found in dugout canoe. There are 7 coins inside the 보수공. And this is the dugout canoe. So it's more than 14 or 16 meters long. So when we analyzed the dugout canoe, it was made out of camphor tree, and camphor trees usually make habitat in the southern part of China. So it is very sure that they came from China, and there has been active trade between Korea and China, but it's still mysterious how it came onto this area and sank here. But if we have further studies, we're going to have the result. And next, 고군산 Island. So all of these areas is all group of islands, archipelago. So not only the boats, but many envoy ships came, and many records exist on how Korean people received the envoys coming from other countries. So among the reported relics, there are relics from China, Japan, and even from the Western world, from Germany. So those relics prove that this island was an active point for the activities on the Maritime Silkroad. And underwater excavation here began from the 1970s. So dozens of 고려 celadons were reported, and in 비안도 and 시비동, 파도, 야미도, a lot of celadons and porcelains were found. So most of them were found 12th and 13th century. So it means that this area was very important for the trade, and lots of tax shipping vessels were passing through this. And when Chinese vessels come, they are supplied with water, and there were official reception ceremony made in this area. And now this is where we made the seawall, 새만금. So you can see here, 시비동, 파도, 야미도, 비안도 Islands. So these areas are where we found the majority of the underwater relics. And these ceramics are from 시비동, 파도 ship. So it is presumed that they were sank on the way to go to the south. And next, 안흥정 in Taean Mado Island. A few years ago, I went there and I made some presentation that Mado Island was the major transit route in the Maritime Silkroad. So 안흥정 Pavilion of Taean, actually it has one of the most strongest current in our waters. So the ships had to wait for the wind to change, and we found 5 ships that were shipwrecked, and there were lots of anchor stones from China discovered, and the text crops and organic materials, the rice, and other types of crops were found. So this 안흥정 Pavilion is very important, not only in underwater excavation, but also a great point where we can have better understanding of the Maritime Silkroad. And according to lots of records, including Korea Dogyang, we can find some traces from Anheungjeong Pavilion. And we will look into some excavated relics from Madu waters. And there is Jeonggang, Yanggang, Imgang. The family names were inscripted in the wooden tablets and also on the ceramics. And we first thought what these ceramics were being used for. And this kind of ceramics were also found in Japan. And it turned out that the merchants from Fujian province, they were using them in their merchant vessels. And such battered ceramics were coming from China to this area. Not only China, but Korea, Japan, they all find such lettered ceramics, especially Mado Island in Korea. So it is a proof that this area was connecting Korea and Chinese area. So not only the anchor stones, but other relics were found. I will show you some pictures. So this is the a region with very strong current. And if you go there, you can even listen to the sound of the wave because there is very strong wave and wind and current. So this is tax shipping vessel and envoy ship. So any vessel that passes through this area would find lots of difficulties because of strong current. So this was called very dangerous point to sail. So because many people were sunk while passing through this area, the name was changed to Anheungyang, which means a place where it is comfortable and safe to sail. And in this route, too, many ships were sunk. So this played a critical role in connecting the ports and the lands in the Maritime Silkroad. And this shows how we did investigation from 2007 until 2017, and it's still ongoing from the National Research Institute. And we also have the branch institute in Taean. So it is gaining a lot of interest in terms of Maritime Silkroad. And these are some examples of wooden tablets and ceramics excavated in Taean area. So the lettering show where these products were being sent into, and there has been 50,000 ceramics found. So there were certain vessels designated only for ceramics and only for some anchor stones and other products. So this is the anchor stone that I mentioned just before from China, and also lettered ceramic and Mongolian bottles. And we could find this type of bottles from Shinan ship. So this shows that the Chinese vessels were coming back and forth very actively between the two areas. So the Chinese merchants, it is recorded that they stayed more than 130 days here. So it's not only from the literature, but we can see those underwater relics. So this is the demonstration that they really came to this area and traveled very actively. And Korea also served as a transit point, intermediate stop before going to Japan. And these pictures also show what kind of letterings were written on the Chinese ceramics. And next, we found model ship number 1, 2, 3, and 4. So most of them were carrying crops and ceramics, and there were lots of wooden tablets excavated. And we could see the exact date and the period where that was made. And model number 3, we could see the names like Kim Young-gong. So we could see that this was made at the end of the Sambyulcho era. So we could have very clear historic proof that this happened during this era. And there were also tax shipping vessels, and we could see the clear name of the region. Nasom and also other areas. So this showed that there was active trade even within the Korean peninsula on the Maritime Silk Road. And 5 ancient vessels from China were also found. Does this serve as a demonstration that there was active trade on the Maritime Silk Road? So Mado Island was not only a hub of major domestic sea route, but also a hub of international maritime silk road. So these are some of the crops that were excavated at that time. These were under the mud, underwater, from #1 ship of Mado. And like you can see here, not only the ceramics, but there are some cauldrons and bronze spoons that were mainly used by the seafarers at the time. And we could also find some comms and some jangi stones that the sailors were used to play with when they were sailing. And so in Japan and China, they are usually making them out of wood materials, but for Korea, we used gravels to make them. And if you look at model ship #4, this shows the typical characteristics of tax shipping vessels. So this shows how the crops were being carried. And so this is to prevent the water coming inside the crops carried on the vessel. So this clearly shows that this ship was for shipping the tax crops. And also some certain seafood and other products were also carried in this vessel. And there was the name of the region inscribed on the vessel. So this is almost like a time capsule that showed what happened in this period. And this showed that there was an active trade on the Maritime Silkroad during that period. Next, Tayeon-do and Yeongjong-do Island. So there are records that show Gyeongwon-jong Pavilion. There has been lots of test houses, and there were lots of swallows flying on the island. That's why it was called Tayeon-do. And many envoys passed through this area. Such records can be found. So it was also for the public and for private use. And for the Yeongheung-do ship, 5 of the vessels were discovered at the same time. For the 3 vessels, we already excavated, and for the 2 ships, we are monitoring how it is being changes over time. So with the excavation of Yeongheung-do vessels, we are trying to find out whether Gyeongwon Pavilion is directly related and whether it has played the role of entry point. So 14 vessels, Korean ancient ships were found. And from this perspective, we can conclude that this has very strong connection with Maritime Silk Road. And if we do some further study, I think this will be very meaningful. This summer, I had a trip to Yeongjong-do Historic Museum, and I took a picture there. So there were lots of sea routes I found in this museum, and there are lots of perspectives by scholars on their sea routes, and also the terms that they are using are all different. So I believe there should be some standardized terms that we apply for such sea routes. And in Yeongjong-do Island, at the bottom part of the Yeongjong-do area, there is the Daebu-do ship, Yeongheung-do ship, and Daebu-do ship #2, Daebu-do ship #2. So this shows how these waters were very dangerous and they had very strong currents, so that it caused many shipwrecks. And this was also during the unified Silla periods. And if we connect this with Jangbogu, it can also be expanded to the Goryeo period. And in Yeongheung-do Island, cauldrons were found, 10 of them at the same time. So, and vessels, so whether it was for domestic use or for the overseas trade, if we have further studies on this, I believe would get a more meaningful results. And this is the structure of Daebudo ship number 2, the spoons from Goryeo period, and some balls that were used by the sailors. And this is the dried parmesan that were carried by these vessels. And a while ago, the speaker said the herbs and some plants were carried by the vessels in Southeast Asia. So in Korea too, those kinds of plants and fruits were carried by these vessels. And next, Pyeongnan-do Island and Pyeongnan Pavilion. I think you are all aware of this part. So this is located in North Korea, so we couldn't do the excavation work there. So if we have the opportunity to have study in those areas, I think we can discover a lot of vessels and it can be a help to our archaeology studies. Next, I wanted to connect all of this to Shinan ship and the sea route. And Shinan was made a long time ago during the Qing Dynasty in China. So why this is significant is that it contained the biggest number of relics and especially the Chinese relics. So from Zhejiang province to Gansu province, all of the relics and artifacts from those areas are inside this ship. And they also contain materials made of red sandalwood. And this is not exactly from China, but from Malaysia and other Southeast Asia. So it shows that there was an intermediate trade between China and Southeast Asia. So when Shinan ship was active during the time, it could go to Japan or go up to Ningbo and to other areas. So what would be the sea route like? There are lots of controversy over here, and many people suggest different theories, whether they took the direct route from Japan to China, or they made a stop and called at Korea ports and then to China. So most of the a predominant theory was that they had a direct sea route to reach China. But at that time, the sea route from Japan to China and also the sea route of Shinan vessels were almost identical. So it means that there was a planned sea route designated for Shinan ship. So we can assume that there was a deviation of the sea route because of some extreme weather and storms. And one of the publications that I made, if you look at the records of Song Dynasty, at that time, we don't see that there was major natural disasters or large typhoons or storms. So I believe we should have more studies and further research on this point so that we can connect this to the Maritime Silkroad of East Asia. And from the wooden tablets, it is quite confirmed that when this was formed. And this is the Shinan ship that's exhibited in our National Research Institute. This is very splendid and grandeur. So this is the reshaped bottom plate. So reshaped bottom plate is used to sail deep ocean because it gives more safety for the ships to sail. So actually, the flat plate is not suitable to sail in the deep ocean, but Shinan ship has reshaped bottom plate, so it is more suitable to navigate through the far ocean, the deep ocean. So we're going to address this deeper in the general session. So whether it was destined to go to Pyeongnan-dong or Anheung-dong or Pyeokpa-dong, or they took a direct sea route to Japan, there could be lots of perspectives and lots of interpretations on this underwater relic that this ship like Shinan. So I mentioned the two sea routes. So first one is started from Qingwen County Port, Xi'an Province, China, and then had Kaegyong, Korea as an intermediate stop, and it was probably going to Japan as the final destination. And then due to some deviation of the sea route, due to weather events, they sank in the Korea area. But the major theory here is that they set Japan as a final destination. So there is the bronze mirror and bronze spoons found as the underwater relics and also Japanese materials. So those spoons show that they made a call at Korea port. So at that time, it's quite difficult to relate between Yuan and Korea. So maybe people can think that they were just passing through Korea area. So there are two possible sea routes that Shinhan ship took. But even so, I believe that there could be two possible sea routes and they could have made Korea as the intermediate stop before going to Japan. And the major sea route and the sea route of Shinhan ship was almost identical. And there's China-Japan sea route, and it's from Minzhou, and it's from the China's perspective. And there is a port that goes right into the Suzhou, but it's a matter of the wind direction, whether it's the northern westerlies or southern westerlies. It depends on the direction of the wind. So for the westerlies, it is best to go directly to Japan. So Shinhan was actually sank in June, so it's quite difficult to go directly to Japan because of the very strong wind. So in that environmental condition, it's very difficult to go straight to Japan directly from China. So according to the different tidal currents and sea currents, even though we can overcome the difficulties with sea currents, we cannot go against the wind. So there should be favorable wind conditions made so that those vessels can sail safely. So these are the sea routes that were mentioned from the morning session too. So this is the sea route connecting Japan and China. So some people wonder whether this Shinhan ship had to make a call in Korea before going to Japan. And this is the major road connecting from Japan and China. But there were many shipwrecks occurred on this sea route. So as we have some abundant time for general discussion, I thought I'm going to take more time on my presentation, but I think I need to conclude here. So major islands along the routes of the West Sea have various maritime cultural lines such as sites of smoke signals and ports, as well as official residence and remains of ancestral rituals. And especially in the Korea period, the pavilions were inserted in the major hub islands, and they were constructed to facilitate the journey to Kaegyong, the capital of Korea, and to hold a reception foreign envoys. So the ports that are operated by the government are also used for in private use. So the underwater excavations show that this also has a connection with the Maritim Silkroad. And for Shinhan vessel in Anung Pavilion, Gyeongun Pavilion, whether it has passed through which pavilions. So while we have further study on this, we can see whether it was going directly from China to Japan or made an intermediate step in Korea. So not only from the literature and records of history, we can say that also from our underwater relics, from the rare relics that we found, we can prove that there has been an active trade on the Maritime Silkroad in the Korea area, not only with China, Japan, but from the Southeast Asia. Even though we were intermediate stop, but we played a very critical role connecting Japan and China. So this concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. Professor Kim Byung-gun, thank you very much. So he mentioned about the pavilions and the connection with the underwater relics, and I believe this was a very meaningful presentation. And I believe we would have further excavation in the Yeseong port and Pyeonglando Island. So we listened to all of the 6 presentations and discussion. Thank you all. And we're going to take 20 minutes break. And after we make some arrangements on the stage, we're going to invite the former Director General Lee Gi-young of the National Research Institute of Maritime Cultural Heritage. Thank you very much.
예, 지금부터
We'll now begin the general discussion. The general discussion will be chaired by the Director General Lee Gi-young, former head of the National Research Institute of Maritime Cultural Heritage. We are going to have the general discussion for about an hour, 60 minutes. Hello everyone, I'm very pleased to meet you all virtually. I was just introduced. My name is Lee Gi-young. I am serving as the previous head of the National Research Institute of Maritime Cultural Heritage. I'm very pleased to meet you all. So I'm speaking in Japanese, in Vietnamese. Hello everyone. So let's dive deeper into the topic of today's symposium, East Asian Hub Ports and Maritime Trade. As you're well aware of, International Symposium is held here in Mokpo, where people are participating physically but also virtually, and also we are streaming this live so that participants from around the world can join us. This is online and offline symposium. The topic or the theme is hub or maritime hub. When goods and people are exchanged, it becomes culture, and also it produces also a psychological and cultural special characteristic, and then it becomes the civilizations of the humanity. Thanks to the development of the different kinds of the ships and vessels, it facilitated movement of the people and goods, and also boosted the development of the civilization. And during the modernization period, once again, it enabled easy access as well as movement of the goods and people. Today, during the general discussion, we are going to discuss about various things based on the theory that there were also active exchanges before. But in the past, you know that we had a physical presence, but today we are having the meeting virtually. So through online methodology, let's actively begin our general discussion. So let me tell you how I'm going to proceed the general discussion. If there are any things that you'd like to make additional comments, or if the panelists would like to pose a question to the speaker, you can utilize this time. And also, panelists, you can have any additional question, as well as the presenter. If you have anything to add, you can do that. And also, we do have participants at the venue, and we'll also give time to the participants who can have the chance to come forward. And please make sure to use the microphone and pose a question. And if there are any times left, we can also have the final roundup of discussion. So let's begin officially the general discussion. The last speaker, let's begin with the last speaker. We talk about the pavilion, the hub of the Maritime Silkroad in Goryeo period and Shin-an ship. And Dr. Kim Byung-gun made a presentation.
예,
So we're going to let the discussion here. So we're going to address this point in the general discussion. That was the will of the presenter and Professor Han Jung. Jang-hoon. So we'll first going to start with this part, and then we'll go into other specific discussion, some complementary comments on its presentation. So first, Professor Han Jong-woo, please lead the discussion. So about the number 6 presentation, I'm going to lead the discussion. I'm Professor Han Jong-hoon. I'll make brief discussion. So in the initial study, the Shinhan ship was deemed to have directly sailed from Yuan to Japan, excluding the possibility that it coaled at the southwest waters of Korea. However, some recent studies put up a chance that the Shinhan ship made an intermediate stop at the southwest waters of Korea. So, scholar Kim Byung-gun's presentation did not provide a clarification on the above issue, but it seems to connect the pavilions along Korea's cultural sea route and the Shinhan ship from the perspective of the lecturer. So in this presentation, it is thought to be intended to include the Shinhan ship, a ship that sailed along the Maritime Silkroad of medieval Northeast Asia and sank in the Southwest Sea of the Korean Peninsula within the range of Korea's maritime history. And the presentation it carries significance from the perspective of research history, since it exploited the existence of official lodgings distributed along the coastal sea routes and a great deal of underwater relics excavated from the West Sea, so as to examine the possibility that the Shinhan ship coaled at the southwest waters of Korea. Particularly, this presentation is very significant because it did not limit them in Korea's shipping activity, but as a basis of Korea's external trade activity. So regarding this, I'd like to ask a few questions. So the first concern is that the content of the major presentation is not linked to Shinhan ship. And in the chapter 2, it introduced the status of pavilions along the coast of the West Sea and the result of excavations conducted in adjacent underwater areas. But I believe it has very weak connection to the Shinhan ship. So for the case of Kunsanjang Pavilion, Gyeongwonjang, and Pyeonglanjang Pavilion, they have almost no relation with the underwater relics. And though mentioned at the end of the presentation, the status of underwater excavation and China-related relics set forth in the main body of the presentation are not adequate to verify the possibility that ships made emergency anchorage or coaled at the ports with an official lodging. So to complement this, I'd like to add a few comments here. So first of all, maybe we can analyze the relevant issue with a focus on the lodgings that can complement the results of underwater excavation. For a representative example regarding Anheungjong Pavilion, frequented by Chinese envoys, study on the nature of exchanges with China could be supplemented through analysis of anchor stones or ceramics. I think that after more in-depth details are added, the waters of Mado Island could be called the center of the international maritime Silk Road. Next, if the Shinhan ship coaled at the port in southwest waters, it is highly likely to have been around Huksan Pavilion or Pyeokpajang Pavilion among official lodgings described in the presentation. So in this regard, these pavilions should be examined in detail. And Pyeokpajang Pavilion, which is known to have been built in the period of Goryeo King Hijong as a rest house for envoys who travel to and from the South Zone, it already existed before that point of time. In the early or mid-12th century. And it is also found in the poem of Gojogi from Jeju Island. And the Jindo ship excavated from adjacent waters and a Chinese anchor stone. And the coins can be good materials to support the presenter's opinion. But nevertheless, the rear demonstration materials for the Maritime Silk Road connecting Korea, China, and Japan centered on Jindo, Pyeongpa Port, or Pyeongpajang Pavilion in Jindo, and it was at the corner of a sea road used by Chinese envoys to Japan and merchants since the ancient times. About this, I think we need more supplements here. And along with the yields of the underwater archaeology, I think we need to look into more legends and tales of those areas. And in that way, it will be possible to better understand the status of the islands and coastal areas along the international trade route. And we can refer to the Iron Horse belief and the tale of Chechiwon. So there are some regions that can supplement the sea routes that were connecting those areas at that time. So this concludes my discussion.
감사합니다. 우리
Thank you very much.
부분에서
Thank you very much. You commented on 3 points. So there were some supplements that suggested by the professor about the objectiveness of the West Sea route and how we can utilize the excavated underwater relics. And the second point was the Shinanshis making a call at Goryeo area regarding this Byokpa Pavilion, which was in the way going through Japan. And lastly, regarding the excavation ridges from underwater relics and how it can be connected and setting out the sea route. So about this point, the presenter, Kim Byung-gun, please make answers to these questions. Professor Han Jung-woo, thank you for your very sharp comments. And I think you have pointed out all the points that I had concerns about. So I think my answers will be more like an excuse. So he pointed out that this is not really connected with Sinanship, and I agree with his point in that regard. So about how we can connect these relics to Shinanship, I thought about this. So there are more than 300 sites where we reported the excavated under relics, and we could see a lot of materials from China and Japan. But I couldn't bring all the results for today's presentation. So if I suggested all those results and relics, maybe there were less criticism on my presentation. So in the future, maybe I can supplement my presentation and provide more clear examples. So did it answer to question number 1? And the next question on objective observation. So I almost have the same answer from the first one. So how we can have an objective analyze on the reported underwater relics. For Pyeongnanjeong Pavilion and Gyeongwonjeong Pavilion, we don't have sufficient analyze. So it's quite difficult to supplement with the underwater relics. So in the case of Gyeongwon Pavilion, we are looking into Yeongheung-doshi and Daebu-doshi, and we are connecting all the other underwater relics so that we can have a deeper study. And in that way, we can have more deep analysis and include other areas such as Huksan-do Island and Huksan Pavilion. And about the anchor stones, we can also have further studies and analysis on that, so that we can add more supplements to our to the paper that I presented to you. And about the places that Shinanship has made a call. So the intermediate stuff for Shinanship, there are lots of possibilities. Maybe if they were to go to Japan, Hakata would be the destination. But if it passed through Goryeo, they must have passed through Huksan Pavilion, because there was no reason for that to do commercial activities there. So it can be Byokpajeong, Gunsanjeong, Anheungjeong. And for the case of Anheungjeong Pavilion, is at the center. So there are lots of theories that are being suggested, whether Shinanship went upwards until Gaegyeong or they made another turn in Byokpa Pavilion. So my suggestion is that they may turn to the right side surrounding the Byokpa Pavilion, because it was taking the oblique route. So Gunsan Pavilion was the nearest place that was possible for them to make a port. So I think there is a connection that it's still possible that they have made a call at the ports in Korea, but still we need more supplements. And they are also underway going to Japan from China. And there are also other types of underwater relics from the ancient times, the potteries and earthenware, and also the materials from Japan. And since the prehistoric times, this sea route has been connecting the areas. And in a common island, more than 900 pieces of artifacts were found. So from this perspective, it can be said that they were passing through this point and they faced shipwreck. So it is still very likely that they made a call here. And about the old tales and folk and legends, so most of them are concentrated on the Chinese ceramics and Korea celadons, and we can also link them with the tales. And there are lots of them found around Huksan Pavilion area, but for other areas, we didn't look into them. So Wido and for other islands and Wonsan Island, so that could be the central point in the sea route. And if there was any problem with the ships, they had to make an emergency anchorage in those ports. So if you look into those records and make more supplements with these materials, I believe it can be more help and contribution to the domestic studies. And the reason why I brought this paper was I wanted to raise a topic about what kind of direction, which direction that we need to take when we are studying Korea's Maritime Silkroad. So I will going to supplement more materials to my paper. So he mentioned that he's going to supplement his presentation and paper so that it can be more substantial.
So now we are going to give opportunities to 6 speakers who made a presentation today. As much as possible, it's about 5:12 p.m. Korean time, and around 6 p.m. Korean time, we'd like to wrap up today's symposium. Well, if we have a heated discussion, we might delay the concluding time, but my ending goal time is 6 p.m. Hope I can wrap up by 6 p.m. So let's dive into the actual heated discussions. To each 6 speakers, I'll be giving 1 to 2 minutes. And if you'd like to summarize the gist or the main idea of your presentation, that would be very helpful. So main idea that you wanted to deliver today, what was it? So please tell us in 1 to 2 minutes. After hearing that, we can start our discussion. And if there are additional questions raised, then we can also continue to have the discussion. So I'll give the opportunity to the first speaker, Professor Yoon Jae-un from Daegu University, who talked about current status and direction of research of Korea's marine transportation routes. What was the keywords of your presentation in 1 or 2 minutes? Summarize it. Just give us the main idea, what you wanted to give us during today's symposium. Just briefly, 1 to 2 minutes. Each speakers. Okay. I was the first speaker. My name is Yoon Jae-un once again. The key idea of my presentation was I wanted to give you the overview of the status that starts with the early ancient time to 3 to 4 centuries, and then I was looking at the East Sea crossing routes, Northern rotation routes, and also Korea-China route, Korea-Japan route. What were the contents, how it changed, and I tried to explain the overall sea routes. Thank you.
네, 오늘
And Director Yoon Seok led the discussion, and there were some questions that were not being addressed. So please give the questions now.
충질이
So rather than
Well, it's not an additional question, but since Mr. Hong Seung-jae is working hard to restore our past history. I'd like to pose a question to Mr. Hong. The reason is because in terms of the folk tale, if I watch 심청전, these sea routes that goes from Joseon Dynasty to China, it was so difficult. That's why we even have this story that talks about the Korean traditional story of 심청전, who paid a certain amount of money so that he can cross the sea. It was so scary. That's why he even paid a tribute to the Ocean King. So in a way, 심청전 was the one who killed herself. And crossing the sea by a boat was so scary. That's why we even have a folk tale, which means that riding up vessels and crossing the marine transportation, how scary was it? Mr. Hong, since your experience, please tell us, how scary was it? And since you've been to Dokdo Island in the East Sea of Korea, please share us about the marine transportation, because Palhe used to have exchanges and trade relations with the Vladivostok, which is in the Russian part. So let's assume that there was a marine transportation route all the way to the Russia. Then if you go down to the Japan, Osaka, because usually they go that way, the distance is like twice or three times longer instead of going to the Russia. Will the people risk their life to go to that route, even though it takes 2 to 3 times? I mean, there's no reason for us to record that, because we know the convenient sea routes, and people tended to go to the routes that are not dangerous or not risky. But I heard that you have major trade. If you do the trade, then you might carry a lot of cargoes to do the trading, but will people even risk their lives to go to the East Sea? And then I don't think they would do that. Instead of going all the way to the Vladivostok way, but they might go to the downward, like to the Sea of Japan, or to the Shimane prefectures of Japan, because that's the most safe, that's most convenient way to go without risking their lives. You are actually building your own vessels, and you have actually navigated the ocean. So could you answer this question? So Mr. Hong, please come forward and answer this. But before that, Professor Yoon, would you like to answer? In the meantime, Mr. Hong, please come forward. And Professor Yoon, you can add. Korean Peninsula, we are surrounded by the ocean in 3 sides, east, west, and south. But compared to the west and southern part, East Sea is really difficult to navigate through vessels. And during the additional commenting time, I also elaborated in case of the people living in Palhe Dynasty, the estuary they usually arrive was usually there were 20 to 30 people who arrived at the port in Japan. So key people went to the capital of Japan, but people who we call the people who work to maintain the ships, like 30 to 40 all the way to 100 sometime. And these people, the crewmen of or sailers of the ships, they try to repair their ships, they rebuild the ships. So that much crewmen were so much focused, and they pour their energy to rebuild their ships. So riskier the navigation is, it's actually they can reap greater result or fruits. So as Columbus navigated and then found a new continent at the time, the riskiness was much higher, but still people tried to navigate and then cross the Atlantic Oceans. They did because they were pursuing profit. So the envoys from the Palhe dynasty, they still risk their lives to go through East Sea of Korean Peninsula to pursue profit, because they want to earn some profit. And most of the export items that were carried as a cargo were fur. And the fur, the weight was not that heavy compared to the ceramic or porcelains that were treated using the West and Southern Seas. That's my assumption. And I also mentioned that if we talk about the north rotation route that was used in the early stage, but after 8th century, so-called the later part, if you try to go to Japan, they didn't go through north rotation route, but they went to east sea crossing route. I mentioned it already. And because people's lives are more important than actually sailing, the voyage itself. But because of the political confrontation with the Silla dynasty, the people of Balhae could not use the East Sea. They could not cross that. That's why they used this route. Can I ask one additional question? So the answers that you have given us, the north rotation route and east sea crossing route, are they recorded in our history book or is it inscribed? Especially north rotation route. Can you find it? Regarding the marine route, in case of the east route, the departure and arrival port are written. And also I mentioned that in case of crossing the Pan-Yellow Sea or the Central Yellow Sea, we have a specific date and how they navigated. But in case of the East Sea, we don't have a historical records. Then we'll give a chance to Mr. Hong, who studied the ancient vessels of Korea and who actually built ships and who even travel with the ships. So, expert in voyage of the oceans, please, Mr. Hong, go ahead. I don't know if I'm supposed to answer this question or I'm entitled to answer. Since 2008, I actually built more than 6 ships. I rather so-called reproduce the ships. And I also try to research the navigation skills as well. And using the Korean traditional sailing techniques or sailing boat, it's almost impossible to do that. And if you look at a diary written by one of the missionary of the Catholic about 150 to 160 years ago, when the boat departed from Incheon port all the way to Shanghai. Before arriving in Shanghai, they purchased 2 ships. One is Dangduri, the other one was a smaller size ships. The moment it depart, they ride using winds, but they lose the ships, and then the anchor disappear. It's broken down, and once again, if you go to China, there are northern route and then there are west sea, but it's very difficult to cross. So it's rugged and also dangerous to go. So we need also the anchor power, the wind power, everything. But unless you are a veteran sailors, you can hardly navigate. I don't know what should be the best answers. And the moment I sat down, I received this question, so I don't know, so I'm mumbling a little bit. But we sent this communication ship and we tried to study the past, but it's only 50 kilometers all the way to Tsushima from Korea. It's only 50 kilometers distance, but still arriving at Japan port was quite difficult. From departing from Busan port to the Japanese port, it was quite difficult. And the anchor was broken down and the key was broken down. There were a lot of records about shipwrecking. And without having the basic fundamental navigation skills, we will never be able to sail through Japan. And even though we arrive safely, do we really want to arrive at the point that we want? Do we have enough navigation skills or cruise skills? Depending on how we do, because depending on the skills, sometimes our arrival could be very different. So they have to contact the people that they should meet. And if we have an engine that can use as a power, then we could arrive the place that we want. But just using the anchor, we cannot do that. Thank you very much. Was appropriately well understood. and thank you for trying hard to answer. So you mentioned about the perils and difficulties of sailing through this sea, and once again, we need a special technology to build ships. And also, I believe that we managed to do that because we had a certain technology. Let's go to the second topic.
Next speaker was Professor Ikeda Yoshifumi, and his presentation was on the trade routes and ports of the Ryukyu Islands in 14th century. And the discussion was led by Professor Kim Gon-soo during the morning session. And Professor Ikeda made perfect answer. And do you think he made a perfect answer to the questions? So, because there was no further discussions, I believe there will be no further questions or comments. So among the participants here, if you have any questions that you want to ask Professor Ikeda, you can make any questions. Do you have any questions? I believe there is no further comments or questions on this point. We will move on to the next topic. The third topic was the characteristics of the route around Indonesia as a trading product in the 14th century by Professor Widya Nayati from Indonesia.
어떤 것이었죠? 1, 2분.
So what was your main idea? Please summarize in 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to try to summarize a little bit on it. First, I just want to say that inland route have to be part of the sea route. So inland route is very important. Interland route, interland network is very important because from the inland or hinterland, we can see the spread of the product, both product from the hinterland itself and the product from foreigners. That one, the inland route could be using the inland by land, but could be by river. This is the one point. The second point is I talk about the development of the trading, Majapahit glory, and then become the decline. That one is talking about how the first 14 centuries, the Majapahit become the main power, but after that it just declined, and the power of the trading is on the rulers, the small rulers, spread to the Indonesian rulers rather than in one Majapahit power. That one because of the unconsciousness of Majapahit, because there are many routes in Indonesia that people always say about the west routes, about north routes, but never thinking about the local routes, which is unpredictable. We don't have any record on it. So the local routes, which could be, I can say that could be followed by the Asian traders, including China traders, and that one make the spices become spread equally. Not only one or two groups of traders, but many people, many traders from many places have the spices. That is the point actually. So just making the decline of Majapahit. But actually it's quite difficult to say that because we don't have many data on it. We only see about the non-local product who came to Indonesia, such as ceramics, but the good, I don't know, is it good or bad? There is no Korean ceramics. I don't know why.
in Indonesia, I don't know. That is the interesting point that we have to raise. The second point that we have to raise is we don't have any information how many spices, how many forest products that sent to Asia or other places from outside Indonesia, and what did they do with that one? So I think, yeah, just thinking of we need the collaboration. Actually, I didn't mention in my speech, but I just thinking right now, saying that it is better we need a collaboration research on collecting information. What did you all in your country working with the Indonesian product? That is the point, that the decline of the Majapahit is totally because of the uncontrolled roots, if I can say that. Okay, thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. I don't think that you can ask any questions, right, Professor Ha? Well, once again, Professor Ha, you asked 3 questions, but you only asked 2 questions. Do you have any additional questions that you can raise? I asked 3 questions, but I got most of the answers from her, so I don't have any additional questions. But upon listening to your presentation, I wonder one thing. I have one question. You talk about piracy, but in the Northeast Asian area, we don't have much imaginations about pirates. But in case of Indonesia, pirates and this piracy is important culture, isn't it? So somehow the pirates is a variable that could totally turn upside down of the trade between Indonesia and other countries. Pirates, how do they act? Are they active around their residing island, or they have their own place where they reside, but they move around and they believe that there are certain marine transportation route that is really important, and then they go and attack a certain ship? How do they act? I have questions about the piracy. It's quite interesting, because the reason why I'm asking these questions about pirates is because during the conference, people emphasize about a certain period, and I am an archaeologist studying the era before 10th century, but I realized that marine transportation route is very important. So my personal view is that when we talk about this transportation route, it's not the route doesn't appear overnight, and archaeologically, you also heard from Professor Widya that the hinterland was built, the city was built, and once a redistribution was available, and also there were foods or products that were provided through a certain area where the routes are secured from hinterland to the oceans or to a certain regions, right? And archaeologically speaking, when there are streams or rivers, we excavate the coins or money, and in Yasu area we also find the relics, and also in the tomb we also find special relics that existed before the period that we studied. So I was just giving example, and even if we found the currency or the coin, it doesn't mean that the marine transportation actually existed. In order for this route to become a trade route, there must be some infrastructure, some social systems. Unless the social system exists, the routes, even though the routes are frequently used, we cannot say that that route is most frequently used that, right? So we don't have much archaeological relics about Komodo area. That's why I have these questions. Of course, the dynasty of Goguryeo could be different, but personally, I have these questions that regarding the pirate activity, how do they act? Because we don't have any kind of literature, no records at all, and archaeologically, there's no way for us to understand about the pirate. That's why I wanted to ask a question to you, Professor. So, Professor, can you answer? Professor Idia?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. It's very tricky question. Actually, it's very difficult. We don't have any data on it perfectly actually. But if you read pirate Pires, this in the 15th century, they say about the black market in East Sumatra. They mention about it. There are many. There were many black market place. And actually, if I drag all the place named in the Pires, that one is just small area in the mouth of the river, a small river, rather than big river. That is one point. So there is still black market. And actually, if you are in Indonesia, there are many places in east coast of Sumatra. This until now is still people remember and still acting as a pirate. Piracy is still going on in here, especially in Malacca Strait. Actually, that is one point. Another point, there are many historical data actually mentioned about Bali that I mentioned in my presentation. Between Java and Bali, there is a Strait of Bali that is very dangerous. They mentioned that there is a piracy over there. The third one is in Buton, between Maluku to the South Sulawesi. That area is very dangerous too. They mentioned about the piracy in that area. So there are many ships sunk in that area. And if we another article or books talking about the piracy is in Sulu area. It means north route. It's very dangerous between Philippines to Maluku. That one is the big one. But I still remember that. Yeah, if I just discuss talking with the sailors, ethnographical data, they mention about the piracy. They mention about that they have to be stopped and paid something, not in the land, but during they are traveling. Somebody came and just asking something in the boat rather than in the land. So I just see that the piracy happened actually in Indonesia, not only a long time ago, but also right now. The 14th century's data on piracy, we don't have any, actually. But if I just connect with that, with the, especially, it's very helpful with the piracy description on black market. But mostly piracy talking about the East Coast Sumatra, Malacca Strait, rather than other places. But some people mention about it. I have to go there and find something. Come on, Prof. Wu, just come down and just we can do some collaboration research on it. Come down.
Yeah, I'm gonna let's go. Yeah, thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 아유,
Thank you very much. It was very interesting topics that we discussed. I wish we had more time so that I could ask a question to Professor Professor Ikeda.
이케다 교수님 혹시
Do you have any comments on this, Professor Ikeda? So Ryukyu Kingdom was made during the 14th century. So if we look into the period before the 14th century, Ryukyu Islands was heavily influenced by Japan. But in the late 14th century, Ryukyu Island was formed, and they formed a very close relation with China. So based on this relationship, East Asia and Palembang, Masafashi, with these countries, we got to develop the relation with those areas. So finally, with the other powers and Singapore, and in the 16th century, there is the foreign relation and negotiations with Ryukyu Island, so it is more dependent on China. So from the formation of Ryukyu Kingdom, and as it got to prosper as an intermediate stop, it's more in the 16th century. So since the 16th century, so I believe the role of a trading country in East Asia, Ryukyu Islands no longer play such role since the 16th century. So from East Asia up until Southeast Asia, there was a grand stage for many stakeholders to participate in the trade. So on this point, I could think that it would be really helpful to have more research and studies on this issue. So we're going to come back to the next presentation, and Professor Ian Ganji presented on the origination of the Hainan Free Trade Port. So we cannot have him here, so we cannot ask him questions right now here. But anyway, Professor Moon Kyung-ho, if you have any comments, and we have the keynote speaker, Professor Yoon Yong-hyuk, he said we need to write a very good paper so that you can receive some good questions. And Professor Moon Kyung-ho is very good at giving advice and comments, so I'm looking forward to his great comments. And as it was mentioned, the major hub ports were at the capital, and such hub ports led to the development of the cities, and also the major developments of the cities were centering around the hub ports. And from the researcher Kim Byung-gun, we could have a look at the Angheunjeong, Heusangjeong, Byeophanjeong, Gunsanjeong, Gyeongwonjeong, the major hub pavilions of the Maritime Silkroad in Korea. And if you look into the Korea period, those shrines are quite different from the pavilions that we mentioned today. So the hub points in Korea and the hub ports in Korea, what's the relation with the development of the cities in Korea? Maybe you can make a comment on this. I think it's a very big topic. So how it affected the development of cities in Korea. I believe it is quite difficult to connect the two. Because when we talk about the growth of cities and development of cities, we usually think of the cities in the modern times. So until Joseon Dynasty, we didn't see such cities were developed during that period. In Joseon Dynasty, there was a very active domestic trade, and few of the cities were growing very big. And there were some major cities that where the tax shipping vessels reach. So there's Gangneung and there's granary. So the big granary warehouse was located in Gangneung. So many vessels made a call there. And with the granary warehouse, it grew further. And Masan too, they had a warehouse during the Joseon Dynasty. And Asan too, there was a Gongjin warehouse. So that's how it led to the development of the city, Asan. Actually, what I prepared for this discussion was something different. I was I wanted to answer to the question of Director Ian Sun. And among the tourists of Cheonam-son, there's tribes that grew from the ocean. So until Korea period, the ocean was open, so the country could develop, and we were accepting lots of foreign vessels. But from the Joseon dynasty, we became more close. We didn't accept foreign vessels. I think this is correct and incorrect at the same time, because navigation is very difficult and sailing is very difficult task. So during the Song Dynasty, Sujing used the compass Jinanbusing, so it only points to the south. And if you look at the records of the history book, the direction doesn't indicate correctly. So it applies the same for Suzing, and usually the records that we have, it only talks about the successful navigation. So there are so many people who died during the navigation and sailing, and it also goes the same for the envoys. And during the Joseon Dynasty, we didn't have the advanced technology with sailing because they were not sailing that much. And if you look at Taekniji, there are two major points, Anheungyang and Changseong-got. And Anheungyang is more dangerous, but people are more afraid of Changsan Gulf because Anheungyang, they go there very often. So, but for the other part, it's very uncommon to pass through that route. So people are more afraid to go through that sea route. So thank you for your comment. As you're aware, tax shipping system was one of the biggest movement of goods at the national level. So my question was how tax shipping system affected the development of cities. So we will go to the next topic and discussion on that topic. So I think we do need to make summary of this presentation because it was just few minutes before, and we're going to have a discussion on scholar Dinh Thi Rê Huynh from Vietnam, and Professor Kim Jong-woo will make some supplementary comments on this.
Once again, Dr. Dinh Thi Rê Huynh, thank you very much for your excellent presentation. Dr. Huynh, when I listened to your presentation, the Vietnam between 15th to 18th century, you talk about the ships, and I want to see the ships virtually, even though, I mean, with my own eyes, whether it's Mao Zedong or Qing or whatever dynasty they are, they have activated the trade from the mountainous area to delta area to the coastal area, all the area, because there are vessels you talked about. And is there any possibility for me to see the ship itself? In your back, I can see the ship. Is that ship, the miniature of the ship, is that the same one that actually used between the 15th to 18th century? Can you make your screen bigger so that I can see the ship shape? The reason I'm talking about this is because National Research Institute of Maritime is hosting today's symposium. And also, I'd like to make a suggestion to all the participants and organizer of today's symposium. We live in the globalized era. In the globalization era, working together with other countries are important, especially Korean government is pursuing actively New Southern policy. We are doing our utmost effort to become closer to Vietnam, focusing very much in pursuing co-prosperity, people exchange, so-called for peace we are pursuing, and we are working hard to launch a common community between ASEAN +3. Of course, we are having a virtual meeting, but since we are working with ASEAN countries, I believe that today's symposium provided a stepping stone or foundation for us to work closer in the future. My suggestion is, as Professor Ha mentioned, Since we're talking about the Maritime Silkroad of between the 14th, 15th, 16th, 18th century, of course that period is important, but we need to go back further down, like long time ago, because there are a lot of island nations or islands, and it is known as the Austro, and Austro-Asians existed, but they all belong to the ethnic of Mongolians, and Korea and Japan, we belong to the Northern Mongolian people. So we belong to Northern race, and then Vietnamese and other people belong to the Southern race. So of course you mentioned that you study archaeology, but ever since the prehistory, if we can investigate our ancient history, and then we can learn from our prehistory, and then probably we can build a better common Asian community. And of course, there's ethnic studies and also genetic studies, and also there is a study that talks about the physical anthropology, and many people, scholars mix together, and then we talk about the commonality of different countries, and we try to identify that our physical anthropology going back, we come from one common point. So people say that everyone actually comes from the same starting point. We need to look at this, and then we need to find the root of Maritime Silkroad. The starting point could be the maritime vessels. We need to restore the ships that was used for trading, and I want to see the restorations of the many ships that was used, the merchant vessel I'm talking about. And I'm sure that each ASEAN country, they have their own merchant vessels. And if we can see the merchant vessel that existed a long time ago, if we can see with our own eyes, definitely it will help us to collaborate, and then we can move toward the common community. If this works well, definitely the International Symposiums on Maritime Silkroad that is held regularly, we can come up with better ideas how we can build the ASEAN or ASEAN Marine Museum, ASEAN +3, or the working level wise, we can discuss about this as a very helpful and important agenda. That's all. Thank you. Thank you. I think this is not a question, and this is only a suggestion or proposal. Thank you, Professor Kim Jong-wook. And if I dare to summarize, he talked about the hub ports and maritime trade and Silk Road. Yes, we need to have a more in-depth study. So you have the merchant vessel. Would you like to show us? Yes, please come forward and show that us. Okay. So, Dr. Hu Yan, your study room is very clean. I can see even elephant. I can see the mixture of modern and the past, history, everything. I can see all the traces. So what can you tell me about that merchant vessels? Can you explain? What is that ship? Can you explain?
It's okay. Oh, sorry. It's the ship souvenir in when I went to Makassar. Take in the one symposium in Makassar. It is a souvenir. But in Makassar, I know that there was a shipwreck that discover a lot of Vietnamese ceramic. I also saw it in the museum. I don't remember the name.
In Makassar, yeah.
And so I bought it from there because I saw that Vietnamese ceramic discovered that place. Makassar was very famous trade port. Yeah, so it is my souvenir.
Yeah, can I add a little bit? Can I add a bit? Yeah.
What?
No, I just want to say that in Indonesia, ceramic from Vietnam mostly found in first, secondly, and Makassar.
Yeah, I found in one museum in Makassar. They exhibition about the shipwreck, and that shipwreck they date about the 17 to 19. But I saw that discover the Vietnamese ceramic in maybe 17 or 18th centuries ceramic. Yeah. And not only Vietnamese ceramic, but I think the quantity is a lot, a large quantity. So it's a very surprised me, so I bought it.
Like I said, the ceramic, Vietnam ceramics, found abundant ceramic in Makassar and in Trowulan, the capital of Majapahit. But in other places in Indonesia, it is quite difficult to find the Vietnam. It's so, if there is ceramic, Vietnam ceramic, but the quantity is just low compared with the Pang or Thailand.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, that is the. So, sorry, moderator.
네, 여러분.
I'm so sorry about that.
네, 감사합니다.
Okay.
Thank you.
선생님도 감사하고.
Thank you very much, Dr. Huen, and also Professor Widyanayati. Thank you.
김정옥 교수님.
And Professor Kim Jong-un made very excellent proposal. So maybe we need to set a different venue and have a discussion on this. So let's keep into our mind about this topic. So lastly, we'll move on to the next presentation. The pavilion, a hall of the Maritime Silkroad in the Korea period and the Sinan ship. Scholar Kim Byung-gun made a presentation here. And do you have any further comments on this, Professor Han Jung-un? I have two additional points to make. One, maybe it can be a help to writing the paper for researcher Kim Byung-gun. And second point is maybe future tasks that we need to think about for the future Maritime Silkroad seminar. First of all, so as an intermediate stop for Korea, China, and Japan, if we think about the ports, we need to first think about the relation with Tamla. So in Jeju Island, is there any official lodgings or pavilions located in Jeju? But that's not the case. About in 1923, Kublai Yuan dynasty from Alok River to Tamla Islands, there was water areas. And as you're all aware, Yuan dynasty is very famous for their route planning, and they also applied that to the sea route. That among the 11 points, there is Chujado Island. And some records show that there are some sites that show such planning from the Yuan dynasty. So Sinan ship was a merchant vessel, but anyway, they may have utilized such points made by the government when they are making the sea routes going down. And Jeju Island can be also taken into account. And the other point is, this was also mentioned by Professor Vidya. So when we talk about Maritime Silkroad, we only thought about restoring the sea routes and the activities that were made in the ocean, but in the future, I believe we need to more focus on the pavilions or something that can show and imply the maritime activities and the support system from the inland. And I think this should be also taken into account when we study deeper about the maritime activities, so about the pavilions and the granary warehouses, because the maritime activities are being supported by the inland activities. So we need to look into other countries' cases, and the Korean National Research Institute of Marine Cultural Heritage can hold a seminar and the topic regarding the maritime activities and the relationship with the inland activities that support such maritime activities. It can be a great research topic and discussion topic. Professor Han, thank you very much. So he made some proposals and suggestions that the MRI MCH can research on in the future. So I think Kim Byung-gun, scholar who represents the National Research Institute of Maritime Cultural Heritage, have the answer for this comments and questions. So please, Mr. Kim. So I learned a lot from Professor Han Jung-hoon. So we didn't set a clear direction when we were doing this kind of research. And in my paper, whether we need to include Jeju Island or not, if you go to Jeju Island, we can see some relics from the Seok dynasty. And also we excavated a lot of underwater relics there. And also the stands flying Kaido. So in that respect, what kind of perspective should he have on Jeju Islands? So Jeju Island was also in one of the points in our sea route. But when there was dangerous conditions for sailing, this was some place that we had to avoid. So about the granary warehouses that you mentioned in Chuja Island, I didn't have knowledge about this. So I believe we can keep that point also into account in our further studies, and also in our literary reviews we need to make report on that. And not only about the report for the sea route, but we need to see what kind of inland activities were made. That's a very critical point, because when vessels are sailing and they call at a port, the inland people are providing the water and goods. So there had to be the granary warehouse to support them, and there should have been some governing office or agencies that control that. So people who are experts in the granary warehouse and tax shipping system and series, they can gather all together and suggest some new topics and do some further studies. And I will do my best so that we can study this topic in my department or in my National Research Institute and present this as a new research topic. I will give this promise to you. So I will have a high expectation for that. So we have listened to all the supplementary discussions on the presentations and questions.
So any panelists or any participants, do you have any questions or any things that you'd like to add? Now's the time to do so. Anyone? Well, I guess the answers and the presentations were so perfect. It seems like there are no further questions or comments. So let me summarize or let me wrap up. First of all, we heard presentation by 6 speakers, and also we heard the panel discussion. We are gathered here at the International Symposium on Maritime Silkroad to discuss about East Asian hub ports and maritime trade. It's a full-day session, and due to COVID-19, we couldn't see face-to-face, and it is unfortunate that we couldn't invite many people, but through virtually, we were able to open our minds, have a lot of discussions and exchange our ideas, and it was very meaningful to have that kind of opportunities. Once again, thank you very much for all the speakers. and also panelists, speakers. I'm going to read your name: Professor Yoon Jae-eun, Professor Widya Nayati, and Professor Lee Enggechi, Professor Iketa Yoshihumi, and Dr. Din T. Ren Huyen, and Dr. Kim Byung-gun, and Director Lee Eun-seok, Professor Kim Gon-soo, Professor Han Jin-ah, Professor Moon Kyung-woo, Professor Kim Jong-woo, Professor Han Jong-woo. Please give a warm round of applause to express our gratitude. Thank you very much. Last but not least, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to National Research Institute of Maritime, especially Director General. Thank you very much. And also Im Young-jin and Kim Byung-gun, doctor, and also all the working level people. From the very beginning, thank you. And I hope that you can continue to work really hard. Ms. Kim Ae-kyung, and also thank you, everyone, and also the employees of the Department of Maritime Heritage Research Divisions. Thank you very much. And from the very beginning until the end, I'd like to express my great gratitude to Honorary Professor Yoon Yong-hyuk, our forever friend, forever sponsors. Thank you. Please give a warm round of applause. Thank you very much. Today is a very meaningful day, and this is a new beginning. Although we are wrapping up, I believe that we can start a new point toward a new hub ports. With a high expectation, we can fly high. All the researchers, thank you very much. And I hope we can continue to maintain a great relationship. Thank you. I sincerely believe we can do that. Thank you very much. Please remember National Research Institute of Maritime. Please remember Korea, Republic of Korea. And please remember that we can be united. So let's all chant. Oh, sorry, let's give a warm round of applause to conclude today's symposium. Thank you very much.